So,
holy shit.
hey, ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? How are y'all feeling this morning? We got some interesting things going on. Welcome to the backstage of Living Splitscreen. For those who are newer, not familiar, first 15 minutes of the show, man, we give y'all a little bit of a peek behind the blinders. As you see, we are not visually being represented at this moment. I had to finish setting some things up. We had a little bit of a late start, but that's fine. We started on time for you guys. You guys got to listen to some jams for about 15 minutes or so there. So that's always good to see. But yeah, give me a few moments. Let me get some things set up here. But I did want to lead into victory that, well, not leading to victory, but start the battle with, I had this interesting idea.
You're ending the battle already? Is
yeah,
that what you're doing? We're going live, and then we're gonna do our outros, and then that's it.
Yeah,
lead the people to victory, Steel. Let's go.
Somebody has to, right? Somebody has to. No, but I had an interesting idea that I think I might try to play God of War again. And I know for those who may be newer, haven't heard the story, I played God of War originally on the PlayStation 4. And I thought it was a decent game. I probably put about 10 hours into the game, maybe a little bit less than that. And it just didn't grip me the way that I thought it was going to. Now, it could have just been me, a personal thing. Could have because the game was running at 30 FPS at the time. That does have an effect on something. But, and I haven't had any interest to necessarily go back to try to play it, especially after it's come to peace. Now, I did see a skin, or mod, I should say, for Kratos that was John 117, otherwise known as the Master Chief. And I was telling Pong in the background that, you know, with all this hype about God of War, it's made me think about it a little bit because the mythos and everything of God of War has always interested me, right? God of War, you know, his whole battles and over the top, and he doesn't play any games, low-key murderous, and I've liked those things about it. And then hearing some of the things about them possibly going to Egypt has kind of amped that level up a little bit for me, because that's my favorite of all of them. If I had to pick one, I would say the Egyptian mythology is top of the line for me.
Right.
Like if they introduce Anubis, that's one surefire way to be like, okay, now I need to play this now, because I want to have that engagement. Anubis is one of my favorite gods of any religion to me personally. Everything that he represents, there's so much value. People think that Anubis stands for one thing, and there's so much more that follows with that than just that. But so I had the idea that I think I'm going to try to play God of War again, but instead of God of War, I think I'm just going to be the Chief of War. What are you guys thinking about that, man? I think I'm gonna put up some gameplay, get some people mad. Maybe because I'm now mad, a chief. Now I'm Chief. I'm the Spartan. Maybe that's what really pulls me in. I don't know.
I'm telling you, Steve. You put up a video that says, now I can get into God of War.
Yo, Paul thinks I'm gonna set the world on fire. I'm just saying. I think it'd be a good idea. I think we had to have a good time with it. I think a lot of people might send me some smoke, and I tell them,
you know what?
Hey, I'm ready.
Nix is onto something here too as well. Look, listen, Steel, you can get both communities right up. You can say, now I'm into God of War, and I'm glad that Halo Infinite finally has some DLC. Yo.
Yo, I gotta do it. I'm like all of a sudden motivated to play God of War now. See, the only thing, okay, and then the other thing about the mod too is that the mod isn't necessarily free. Because if someone created it, one that can get something for their efforts. So I believe they're charging like something for you to subscribe to their Patreon. That's how they're allowing you access. And honestly, it's like $6 or whatever the case. And it's not gonna take me a month out of War if I start playing. But but I think that's dope because you get to at least support the artist, the designer, because there's a lot of effort that is put into that skin from what I can tell. Like the reflections off the visor, like there was some attention to detail there that I thought it was really interesting. But I just think that would dope. I don't like the because there was one thing, when you put skins on characters, especially when they're modded in, not put in by the studio themselves, you have little things that are off. Like, for example, instead of the whatever, they replaced it with the sword. And the energy sword kind of
Yeah.
sticks through some of the material of the character.
Sure.
And that's something that could throw you off. So depending on how that looks, I'll more than likely I'll just stay with the great axe or whatever, the axe or whatever. Keep that as original as possible. But I think it'll just be funny as hell to see Chief and Atreus or whatever the case, walking around and Chief saying "boy." I think that would be so funny to me. I think that might be the thing that gets it. That might be it.
Oh my God, Steel. I like it, man. I think it'd be funny as hell if you did that shit.
I think it'll be funny. I think I'd at least get to pull some attention. People might give me some smoke for it, and I would be so welcome to it. And who knows? I might actually enjoy the game now. I don't know. Who knows? Again, I played it on the harder difficulty at the time, and I don't know what it was for me. If it was the combat that wasn't, it seemed super simple to me. Like between the parrying, the blocking, throwing the axe, like it felt good, but it felt like this isn't new. Like this isn't like you created this whole new style of God of War, but it doesn't feel its own still. It still feels like you're copying from other games, which is fine because that's how game design has been for years and for decades. But at the same time, like the amount of hype that people gave this game and how great it is, I can see why people felt the game was super repetitive, and why that might have pulled some points down for a lot of people. Again, it's another one of those stories, another one of those games, at least for Sony, that is more of a narrative-driven game. I know that conversation of QTE games and everything else kind of comes into play, but I know God of War isn't at that level. They didn't break it down that much where it's just like Rise or whatever. Not that. But it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's in some cases it's too streamlined. And then in other cases it's not. Like there's certain parts of the old God of Wars that I like. But at the same time, I couldn't finish those out either because it just didn't keep me enticed. And I mean, also I was younger at the time. But again, like I've mentioned here before, I mean, I've started those games a couple times over, and it's still the same thing. I'll get halfway through the game and I'm like, I don't know. But I have been hearing some interesting things. Again, I want to let you guys know, and you guys correct me. I might be wrong. But I heard God of War is going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. Since butter on toast, since jelly on peanut butter, since that combination has been concocted and put together. I also heard that God of War itself is a bigger IP than any Bethesda or ZeniMax game that has ever released. So, I kind of wanted to bring that attention here. I want to have that conversation. I didn't know these things. Last I checked, the 2018 version of the game took 4 years to reach 20 million people. I think Skyrim has done that several times over. I could be wrong on that. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. They're over. I think Skyrim hit over. Did they announce over 30 million? I think for the anniversary, 40 million.
Okay.
Well, so somewhere in that neighborhood. That is a great freaking idea, by the way. Back said now if they had a grunt skin for Atreus, that'd be perfect. If you were fucking chief and a grunt, a little grunt.
Yo, and grunt, if I call the grunt boy and then he called me a demon.
Yeah.
Demon. You demon.
Oh, modders, get on that shit. That would be hilarious.
Dad, it's demon.
Yeah, it's demon. Oh my God. Hilarious, bro. Oh, good God. Oh man. No, you're right, Steel. I've been on again. I was getting ready to sell the PS4 when I jumped onto God of War because I had been back on Xbox right now. I've been catching up on Xbox. So I held off on God of War. And then I picked it up and I was getting ready to sell the PS4, getting ready for the new systems and all that kind of stuff. When I jumped into God of War, and it's a great freaking game. Don't get me wrong. I know why people love it,
Yeah,
right? But
we
for
talked about
me,
yeah,
yeah, just for me, the old God of Wars were my God of War. And this new one, while obviously I understood what they were doing and why they took it in a new direction, obviously Corey Barlog and his team was making it their own when they took over for Jaffe, right?
I,
But and they wanted to go in a totally different direction. They wanted to mature
right,
Kratos,
right,
all that good stuff. I get all that, right? And I understand why people find it to be now this much more mature type of God of War in a way where it's just now it's an emotional type adventure. Now it has actual meaning, whereas you could look back at the old Kratos, but and say, well, that was just like base level kind of animalistic type Kratos, right?
right,
That
right.
was when he was just a
You didn't
freaking
care.
weapon.
Yeah,
He was a weapon,
trying to
bro.
prove a
He was
point.
out for
Yeah,
revenge. He was
right,
fucking. He was bringing down the gods. Like that was his whole life.
right.
And now they matured him, right? And now he's got Atreus and all that kind of stuff. I understand why people like it, and especially in 2018 when it came out, we were starting to get to that mode where gamers, some gamers now,
Yeah,
some gamers feel like the medium has moved forward and now we're kind of getting to that movie space where we've got,
nah,
B movies, action flicks, but then you got everybody who wants to be out here saying, well, I watch Gone with the Wind. I watch, I
right,
watch
right,
more mature type movies, you kids watch all that. That's what we started getting into. And I get that. And I understand that. But Jaffe's God of Wars to me will be always the better God of Wars. That's just me. I love the play style in those God of Wars. I loved the animalistic Kratos, the guy on a total revenge mission. I know you can't do that
can't be on
forever.
revenge forever,
Yeah,
right?
forever. Like it comes to a point where you got to put your blades down, right? That you've killed everybody, you've gotten your revenge. Now what, right? So I get all that, but I just think I like the game style, the gameplay style of the older God of Wars, Jaffe's God of Wars, much more than I do the new one. But I understand why it's so beloved, and I get why they're so excited for this one. I really do. And if I get a PlayStation 5, obviously I'll go back and I'll replay them, and I'm going to try to get through them to see if it does catch me a little differently, because it's just, again, there's just, I don't know, sometimes I feel like I'm just, you know there, there's different gamers out here and we all like different things,
Right,
right? We all
100%.
appreciate different things, but there's just certain times where I just want that fun factor of the original God of Wars versus this new one where, yes, it still has its fun moments, of course. I mean, the axe and everything else,
Hmm.
a lot of that shit's cool,
Feels good. Yeah,
but not like the old days, man. Not like the old days. It just doesn't feel the same, and sometimes I just miss that. And sometimes nostalgia gets in the way of like newer games. That's just for me, and from my perspective, why God of War 2018 didn't, like, I didn't need to finish that game before I sold my PS4, and I don't finish a lot of games anyways. But I didn't feel that need, like, hey, I got to keep going. I got to keep my PS4 for a little bit longer.
right,
Let me get into this God of War. Like I played, I was like, oh, it's cool, but nah, I
right.
don't need to keep my PS4. I can sell it, get ready for the new systems, right? So that's the difference. But
And no, I definitely agree. And we'll definitely talk about it a little bit more here as we get into it. Because again, I know it's kind of been a God of War kind of thing the last 3 weeks. I'm not saying again, we know that the IP is impactful. It's going to have some, but there is a little bit more of an open conversation that we do need to have, at least to me, honestly. And everybody's going to have a different perspective on it, which is perfectly fine. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to get this show started here. Let's get things ramped up. Give me a moment here as I get this. Hopefully, y'all are having a fantastic start to your great Saturday thus far. Nothing has gotten in your way. Nothing's holding you back. Nothing's going to get you. Never going to let you. I don't have my singing voice. Excuse me. Uh, oh, goodness gracious. Give me a few moments. Pull up here. We'll get it together. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What the hell are you doing?
I gotta refresh your video.
Oh,
It's acting a little wonky. All right, now you're good to go. Now you're not all frozen and stuck in one position. Jesse Darby's in the building. What's going
the legend Dragonheart Yobi showing up too. He's playing some Avengers.
Hey man.
God bless you, Dragonheart Yobi. God bless you, sir.
That is
I know you love that Avengers, so God bless you, sir.
hey man, Luke Lord, man, and Insipid Ghost, man. They've been having a good
Yep.
time with it. And I mean, I had a good time with it at that time.
Yep.
Into it.
Nix, I'm staring you down, brother. I'm watching you out there. All right. Doom Reaper. Stanley Francois, brother, great to see you as well. Brandon Barnes, good morning. Thank you for dropping on in here.
Oh, snap. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning. And thank you for joining us on episode 64 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. And before I get into any of those kind of introductions, I do have to let you know, I want to thank the Midweek Mix-Up Collective for continuing to sponsor us. Let us just us. And that's Mr. Live Raw and Uncut and the Golden Age of Gaming continue to give you that authenticity, that passion, that energy that you can only find right here with Living Splitscreen. Look, I got some Elden Ring gameplay for the people that are watching live today. Unfortunately or fortunately, I guess depending on how you want to look at it, I haven't been playing much else outside of Naraka Blade Point. So we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But on the Elden Ring gameplay that I do have today, it's a little bit of a two-sided journey here. What I ended up doing is combining a little bit of my early playthrough of Elden Ring and then mixing that up with some of my end game gameplay. So about halfway through the gameplay, if you are watching live, you will see that cut. I'm wearing different armor. And you'll see me in a completely different zone. So hopefully that turns out to be pretty well for you guys and you all enjoy that. For our audio listeners, I want to say, look, thank you for joining us. Again, it's continue to grow little by little. It just seems like we haven't got enough of our attention out there. And it's a two-sided thing. It's a more work that we got to put in the background to make sure those avenues can't be hit. But there is being some attention drawn there. And I want to thank you guys for continuing to listen live. And if you can, please leave a review. Let us know how we're doing. Rate us. It just helps out with the algorithms on all the different sites, how we're ranked and all that good stuff. And then leave a review. Let us know. Let people know how you're feeling about Living Splitscreen. And then for the live listeners, hey, I got to do the work. Hit that like button. Share us out. Tell your mamas, daddies, boyfriends, cousin about us so that we can continue to grow the Living Splitscreen community. Again, get to that road 1K at the end of the year. Guys are going to get me to play Callisto Protocol. If I'm not, hopefully I'm thinking about the right game. I was thinking about some few games this morning. The Dead Space-like game. Yeah, I believe that's what it's called. So
yes.
The
Yes,
one that
sir.
was real wild where it had the dismemberment by me just running into the environment. So I think that's going to be a really interesting game, but it may be a little bit more over the top than I may be willing.
I want to hear you scream, Steel.
Invested,
Everybody
but-
get us to 1K. I want to hear I want to see and hear Steel scream.
That is a fact. Yeah, I might break the controller that day, and I more than my Elite 2 controller has already been. But due to just personal wear and tear, which I'll talk about that here in a little bit. But with no further ado, I do have to introduce the X-Men of this, the uncanny gentleman himself, the man that some people call the encyclopedia of gaming, excuse me, but I just call him my brother from another, my guy, Pong. So, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
Feeling good, Steel, because it is Saturday morning and I get to spend it with you on into the beginning of the afternoon on Living Splitscreen. And we've already got freaking amazing people in our chat. Shout out to Boom, who jumped in here. Joe Dunmore is in the house as well. Listen, all of you out there, and we gave you some shout outs too when we started the show behind the scenes. But listen, everybody out here listening live or listening into the future, Steel and I, from the bottom of our hearts, appreciate every single one of you. And thank you for helping spread the word about Living Splitscreen, like Steel was talking about, because we are on that mission 1K. And for a couple of dudes who only do this once a week on this channel here, hey, man, slow and steady is all it takes. And you know what? We're just going to build this community the way that we can build it. But I've had an interesting week, Steel, as far as gaming goes, because I've been so damn busy, and it sucks, man. It sucks.
It's life, man. It happens.
It is. So now I'm getting into this rotation of quick hitting games, right?
Okay.
But last weekend, we did get some more Nacon, which was freaking amazing, because I had been able to play the whole prior week after we had a whole weekend of Naraka, but you and I hopped in and actually, we had some ups and downs on duos. Yeah, we had some good matches.
You were downplaying yourself because it's been a minute since you had been on. It happens, man. But
I'm the weakest link always, man, when it comes to those types of games. But obviously we had some really good matches in. And again, I'm still loving the game. I have my frustrations with it, as I always do with battle royales and those types of games. But it is what it is. I still love the game. I think it's freaking phenomenal. And then I did because I had that long weekend, which was busier than expected, but I still did get to jump into Shadowrun for a block of period of time. And man, again, I praised it here when I first played it for a couple hours, but now that I've had some more time in Shadowrun, listen, again, everybody, it's in Game Pass. The whole trilogy's in Game Pass. The reason why it's got high ratings on PC, I understand completely why it got those high ratings. The game is freaking awesome if you're into old school CRPGs. If you're like that feel, listen, you can't find a better example of the older style. You really can't. Shadowrun is phenomenal, and I'm really digging it. So anybody wants to try that out, please go do so. Risk-free on Game Pass. It is worth it. It is worth your time. And then I, of course, been rocking on NBA 2K. I've always got my NBA 2K, got my junk food. And then let's see what else I do this week. Inquisitor, still rocking on Inquisitor. I'm like level 50, 55 now in Inquisitor. I keep running through missions. Again, the best part about Inquisitor, it's almost Steel. It's almost, and I say this like I've said before, right? It's Diablo-esque. Obviously, it's action RPG, isometric, looter shooter, because you can use guns, but it's also got melee weapons. You got swords and shit. But the best part about it is unlike Diablo, it's smaller chunks. The missions take about 15.
Right?
Yeah. It's almost like having a mobile version, right? Because it's like 15, 20-minute missions, right? So I can hop in and hop out, right? It's freaking awesome. So still rocking on Inquisitor. And then I got a surprise this week. And I actually haven't played the game yet, but I've been in character creator mode. This new game called Celestia came out. Now, this game came out of the blue and jumped into Game Pass. No fanfare whatsoever. It's been out on PC. What this is a small dev team called Tactics Adventure, okay? And they were a group of, some of them were a group of friends who got together and played a lot of D&D, tabletop, okay? They loved it so much, they had this idea, let's try to make our own video game version of D&D. Now, this has been done plenty of times, okay? This is not anything new. We've got really good examples. We've got AAA examples out there like Pathfinder, okay? But to have a small team try this, and they're basing the whole game off of 5th edition D&D rules, okay? So the latest, 5th edition D&D rules. We're talking hardcore Steel. This is tabletop gaming on the console, okay, which has been on PC, but now is on console. And it came out of the blue, dropped it in Game Pass. So listen, you got to I'm just spending again. I'm an old D&D dude. Okay, so this brings me back again, and I like these experiences. Not for everybody. Now, this is true CRPG too because I haven't played the actual game yet, but I've already read up some of the reviews and watched some of the gameplay videos out there on it. You have to point and click to move your character, like even outside of battle. So there's no free roam. Like Shadowrun, they move forward so that outside of battle it's not turned it's not square by square movement. You can run around freely, right? So the Shadowrun change that. These guys went straight hardcore, like you're playing on a tabletop game. So you got to point and click to move your characters. Okay. What I will say though is I've been stuck in character creator mode because it is so freaking cool because it is the old school style, and everybody can say, well, it doesn't make a difference. It's just random numbers generated, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, but they actually have the dice rolls. Now you can actually character create and just have a pool of points where you use to get all your attributes up, like wisdom, intelligence, strength, charisma, all the basics, right? You can just take that pool and you can divvy it up any way you want to, right? Or you can sit there and just roll the dice.
Right.
And get random generated numbers, group of numbers, just like the old school. Again, I go back to my Might and Magic days. This is Might and Magic, what they used to do. Listen, I love that. So I just sit there and roll until I get a good group of numbers. And then I put, and then that you put them down into the different attributes, right? You put down each number in the attributes, but you got to decide because you get bonuses. So I've been just fooling around with that Steel. And also for anybody that's interested in Solasta, listen, they brought over all the DLC. Now I saw some people complaining, oh, they get paid DLC. They got classes locked behind some of the DLC. Well, that's the same way as it's set up on PC. So console owners aren't getting screwed over. But yes, some of the classes, Barbarian, Druid, and then one of the races, which one? Half Orc, I think, is locked behind some of the DLC. But again, if it's worthwhile, the DLC is like $12 or something like that. It's not that expensive. There's 3 packs. There's one's like $9 and it's dice, right? You can get new dice. Now I haven't seen the dice actually rolling in the game because I haven't got to the gameplay yet, but you can get pretty dice. But then they got a couple expansion packs. But they've also brought over Steel. This game is also co-op. This game is also cross-play. And they're going to allow the console players to access the dungeons created on the PC side of things because they have custom dungeons created by the community through the mods, and they're going to allow the console players to access those and download them and play on them. Okay, so true D&D tabletop experience out of the blue, dropping into Game Pass. Look, my heart almost exploded with joy. So this weekend, obviously, we're probably gonna get some game time in as well, but I am going to hop into that because I want to get into the gaming side of it and see how it plays and go from there. But really cool, man. Again, just a surprise out of the blue, out of Game Pass. Not for everybody, not some AAA game, not some big headliner. But again, this is the power of Game Pass. You get these little things dropping in that may be for you that you never expected to see, and all of a sudden you're like, damn, this is cool. And on top of that, Steel, it goes back to the point that I've been beating the drum for: more PC games to console, please. More PC games to console. This is the 360 era all over again, Steel. This is the golden age. We are getting these types of games that skipped consoles last generation are now coming back, brother. And that's what excites me. Small teams that you never would think getting their games on the console, right? We had to beg for AAA big publishers to put their games, and we still don't have a lot of them, right? Some of these companies are holding out. The Total Wars and those types of games haven't come to console yet, but now we have indie developers, smaller teams bringing unique games that you just normally wouldn't see on console over to our side because of a Game Pass. Love this, Steel. Love this, brother. Sorry, I took up a lot of time, but I'm excited.
Nah, I mean, that is very true. I mean, definitely getting more games to PC, getting more games from PC to console, which is something that we've always should have gotten in some facet. I think the main thing that is important that we do have hardware now that that can be more easily done with. I did a little bit more research over the week, and I say research, but I just been trying. I always try to open up the content that I take in and everything, and the different people that I listen to. So I've been trying to listen to more people just from the actual industry, devs who are working in it and everything else. And again, it's so intriguing to me and enticing to me to learn about these things, because end up finding out that a lot of the reason why we don't get certain things is because the support isn't there, or maybe because they don't see it. Like, I know a lot of the time we think that, oh man, wow, they should just know these things. Like, these things are just kind of common sense, like, because we're thinking about them, and there's a majority of people or a mass amount of people that are of this similar mindset. And come to find out that may not be the case. We're hearing some of those things about Halo, to where maybe they didn't know things shouldn't have gone that way. Again, that's definitely a whole other open conversation, and you can have you would have to have a whole individual podcast specifically towards 343 and Halo and the possibilities, and really going into speculation time on what happened and how it happened and what allowed it to happen and everything else. But my overall point with that is, we as the gamer, and I know we don't have to care. I'm not saying that anybody should care, but I do think it is important for us to understand that nothing is as black and white as you try to make it seem, as you think that it is, or whatever the case. Even just because these games cost X amount of dollars to get made doesn't mean that the companies have our best interests in heart anyway, right? At the end of the day, these companies are companies. They're in the business to make money, period. Xbox isn't looking at Game Pass and saying, oh, how can we make this the most consumer-friendly thing and make sure it's cheap for everybody? And they might be considering those things, yeah, for sure. That's obvious. They are more consumer-facing than some of the competition may be. But at the end of the day, they still have certain quotas that they need to meet. They need to satisfy certain numbers. And if Game Pass wasn't working, then that's why it drives me up the wall when people say, oh, Game Pass, it just doesn't look like it's working. If it wasn't working, I'm pretty sure Microsoft would have had the foresight to be like, all right, well, one, you see that they're spending more money than ever before to make sure that it is going to work. But not only that, because things are planned years in advance. This isn't something like somebody wakes up tomorrow and is like, oh, let's implement this today. No, it's like they think about it, they go into a meeting, they have conversations, and it's, where can we fit this in our timeline? Is it possible right now? Does it make sense? And things are a lot more complicated from top to bottom than, again, we as the consumer would realize or know. So I definitely agree with you, though. We're getting more content than ever before. That's why you say it's the golden age of gaming. That's why I say it's the age of accessibility. And that's why it is important for people like us to be able to take that RT as view, real-time strategy, pulling ourselves out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map, pulling those resources together so we can have these conversations, because we have to move the gaming industry forward. We have to move gaming forward, and without open conversation, honest conversation, intellectual conversation. Not saying that we may have to know everything, but as long as we do those things, I think we're moving in the right direction, at least to me. And the game is kind of reflecting that. So, but yeah, for me, again, like I said to you all in a little bit of the beginning, got some Elden Ring gameplay for here for you guys today, so hopefully you enjoyed that. I haven't been able to get into much else. It's literally been, every time that I've turned on my console outside of work, or turned on the PC, whatever the case may be, it's been the Rock of Blade Point. That's what I'm at. I'm almost about level 60 in it now. Well, I think I'm level 60 in the Battle Pass also. Oh, whichever the case may be. But I've just been hammering away at that. It's been definitely an up and down experience. As I'm moving up the ranks, you're starting to see people that are a little bit smarter, for sure, that you can tell have been playing the game. They implement little things. And not only that, but I've been having some slight issues with my controller that I've been kind of making me frustrated. And you wouldn't want these types of things out of a $200 controller, but things do happen. I ended up taking the faceplate off. Apparently the faceplate on this controller right here, man, it's easier to take off than the previous ones. The previous one, you have to, I say easier, I mean, taking it off of some screws is never never too difficult. But the first Elite controller, you have to completely disassemble. You have to take out the screws.
No disassemble. No disassemble, Johnny 5.
But this one, you can literally get like a little plastic pry piece or whatever, a tool or whatever the case, and literally take the thumbsticks off, take the D-pad off, and you can literally wedge the faceplate off of the controller. And the top of the faceplate is only connected by adhesive mainly. That and some snap-on plates. So it's like, in some areas, it makes you feel like you're gonna hurt the controller a little bit, but as long as you're using the right tool, it's not a problem at all. But come to find out, I don't think the bumpers are broken, at least per previous controllers. If they were, once you take that faceplate off, that bumper would fall out, right? Whereas this one, the controller is definitely designed really well, from what I can tell. From what I can tell. But from the research that I've done, what they messed up at again is, I don't know what they do to fix the plastic for the bumpers, but that's Xbox's biggest issue with their controllers right now. Is, I mean, of course you got stick drift, but that's with everybody right now because they're all getting their manufacturing from the same place, for as far as that goes. And I think I think Microsoft has started to drift away from that. But I don't know what it is for the plastic manufacturing for their bumpers and everything, but they need to come up with a different solution. Whether it's metal, whether it's, I don't know, especially in a premium controller. We just can't be having these types of issues, and it's carrying over. And a bumper not being able to be used, and I'm sure people will be like, oh, well, you can use the paddles and everything else. You can use a different, I don't want to use the paddles. I didn't get an Elite controller to use the paddles. I don't like that. That's just me personally. I've been considering it playing Naraka because it'd make things a little bit easier in some facets, but I also play claw. So it's like, I'm already not holding the controller by like somebody else would. So what's comfortable for me isn't going to be comfortable for everybody. But there is definitely something to say. And for 2 years out of a controller, it's kind of been up and down. I can be honest and say I have dropped it a couple times on accident. So that could have played some parts into it to why I'm having some issues now. So, but yeah, man, overall, it's been an excellent controller. I definitely would recommend the Elite Series 2 controller. I do feel like there's going to be an Elite 3 coming out here sometime shortly. If it's not announced this year, I just think it's due time. It's due time for the course. But yeah, I mean, if you see the Elite Series 2 for a good deal, I'd say invest to it, man. It's an excellent controller. A lot of extra accessories that really fine-tune your gaming experience. But with that being said, we got to get into our This Day in Gaming segment, our upcoming games. I mean, actually.
No, we're not. See, you're ready to do outros already. You're ready to lead the people to victory.
That threw me off because I didn't hit the record button yet. I mean, like, we're recording to YouTube and everything.
I know.
But it's going to it's just going to take it longer for the back end. So for the audio listeners, y'all aren't going to know the difference. But
so Steel screwed up, and now he just wants to get out of here. See, this is how this works. Steel's now look. The show's done. It's over with. Steel. It's broken.
No, we can't. We gotta get into the upcoming game segment. That just threw me off. I was like, damn, I felt like I hit the record button. It happens. It just takes some additional time to get it in. I have to wait for YouTube to encode it and for it to fully upload. It is what it is, just time. But let's get into these upcoming games. I do feel like there's a few things that are coming out this week. Maybe some notable choices there for some people.
I mean, there's always something for somebody, right? So, nothing that, well, I mean, there's a couple smaller titles that we known about that's coming. So, but let's get into this deal. So, of course, for everybody listening who may have not heard us before, or just as a good reminder for everybody, we do go ahead and use GameInformer.com/2022 / whatever one it is. Anyways, we do use that as our reference. So please, and hey, speaking of that, much luck and love to everybody who got let go over at Game Informer,
Wow.
GameStop. That was a huge layoff yesterday. I saw some really good people out there, pretty sad. Unexpectedly got a show in the door. So again, shout out to everybody. Again,
never good, man. That's not.
No, it's never good. It's anybody anywhere who is having that happen to them at work. We all know how bad it sucks. Most of us has been in that spot before, and it is a terrible feeling, especially when it's not planned, when it's something that you weren't prepared for. Listen, it's a terrible feeling. But shout out to everybody over there because that was a big deal going on this week as well. So I hope you all find a better spot, a better landing spot. I know most of you will, because there's a lot of quality people that got let go yesterday, or was it yesterday or the day before? One of the 2 days. So shout out to that. And again, we're using GameInformer.com as our reference. So we are on the week of July 11th already. So we're going to start out here, Steel. We're going to start out here with Garden Story. Ooh. That's right. Garden Story. This has been burning up the charts. No, actually, I don't know if it is or not, but it's coming to Xbox Series consoles and Xbox One. This has been out on Switch and PC previously. This is by Picogram, and it's published by Rose City Games. This was released last year, August 11th, 2021 on Switch and PC, and it's making its way over to Xbox. So
was this game just too good for PlayStation, or was it not good enough? That's really weird. Why is it coming to everything but PlayStation? That's really strange.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Maybe they said it wasn't good enough. Maybe PlayStation doesn't like indie games. Oh,
maybe, or maybe they just got, again, ID at Xbox. They do a lot of work in that community, and obviously there's a lot of benefits for joining the Xbox family as well. So maybe they just are working their way through each system, right? Maybe that's what's happening at this point because it is a smaller team. It looks actually kind of cool though. It's embark on a wholesome adventure to save the Grove. And you're running around like little vegetables, and things, right? And you got swords. It's kind of Zelda-esque by the looks of it. And so, hey, go check it out. I mean, a lot of people like these types of games. It's got really, a cute aesthetic to it. I mean, for sure, 100%. So I know there'll be some people that are interested in this one out there. So yeah, Garden Story coming this week to Xbox. And then, if my computer wants to work here, we are going to have Time on Frog Island. Time on Frog Island. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, July the 12th. This is by Half Past Yellow, published by Merge Games. They are calling it an adventure game. And it does look like you are playing as some type of humanoid frog. And it looks like you're going to have some story. So I can't find anything else on it. But Time on Frog. No, actually, you know what? Do you look like no, it looks like you're going to be meeting frog-like characters, humanoid. You look like almost like, I don't know. I can't tell from the picture.
I don't know. You might be just a grown tadpole.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. But Time on Frog Island. Hey. Yeah, right. Go check out Time on Frog Island. And then on July the 13th, Loopmancer is coming to PC. Ooh. That's right, PC only. eBrain Studio, developed and published by. You're thinking of the other one. You're thinking about the other Loop game, I believe, sir. There was another very popular Loop game. No,
I'm thinking about the right. Isn't this one like a cyberpunkish kind of city?
Yeah, it is.
Japan-like.
Yeah,
and it's side-scrolly.
I don't know if it's side-scrolling. It's
I thought that's what that. Yeah, Blade Running. It's a it's a roguelite. Yeah.
Okay. So Loopmancer is coming to PC July 13th. Steel knows what it is. I can't remember seeing this game, but hey, go with it.
I'll have to try it out. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Now, this is an indie title that we recently heard about, and it is coming out very quickly. Escape Academy, coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC on July the 14th. It is also dropping into Game Pass. I believe, yes, you can pre-download it as we speak right now. This is a co-op puzzling game. So you can play single player, but you also can have a friend along with. So 1 to 2 players. Developed by Coin Crew Games. published by I Am Bit Presents and Skybound Games. Coming out July 15th, that is Escape Academy. And again, it is available for pre-download on Game Pass right now. Go check that out if you are into puzzlers. I am going to be downloading this game because I do like to fool around with puzzlers. And this one looks very, very interesting. So I can't wait to go check this out. That's a cool little game coming out this week. And then we've got Eyes in the Dark, The Curious Case of One Victoria Bloom, coming to PC.
What a title.
Titles, man. Coming to PC July the 14th. And this is a platforming game. And this is going to be developed by Under the Stairs and published by Gearbox. That's right. Gearbox is publishing different styles of games now. So, shout out to Randy. Yeah. Shout out to Randy. Shout out to Randy. I know he's probably not up yet. He was probably out late last night, knowing Randy Pitchford. The man is a party animal. So there's no doubt about that. So shout out to Randy. But yeah, so again, let me get this whole title. Eyes in the Dark, The Curious Case of One Victoria Bloom.
There you go.
Right. And that's coming to PC platformer. Let's go. Let's see here. What else we got this week? We've got Rune Factory 5. This actually is a big title, believe it or not. Steel. Yes. Rune Factory has a huge fan base out there. It is published by one of my favorite Japanese Eastern style publishers, Xseed Games. I love what Xseed does. They go find like these crazy, even crazier, wackier type games. But Rune Factory has been a big game for them. And that's coming out on Switch, of course, and PC. And that is obviously, actually, wait, how is this working? No, it's coming to PC this week. It's already been on Switch.
It's March.
It launched on Switch on March, and then it's coming to PC finally this week as well. Rune Factory 5. Again, a lot of people like Rune Factory. It's got that farming aspect to it, but you also get magic and some role playing to it as well, and crafting and all that kind of stuff that everybody loves. But Rune Factory 5 is coming to PC this week as well. And then we've got I'm I jumping ahead? I'm jumping ahead. The following week.
Yeah. I would leave it at that. That's gonna start off the week since it starts off a little bit earlier. And there's some other games that are coming out that same week. There's
a couple cool games next week for sure. Next week's got some really cool stuff in there. So let's go.
That was definitely the upcoming games there. So definitely a decent list of games for those who are interested in those. I know a lot of them, a lot of the time. Again, just what we know, at least from what Game Informer has posted. There could be other games that ended up getting fit in, out, however, in between. So there's definitely something to look out for. You never know what you might get in your particular service, whether it be the PlayStation Premium or in the Xbox services or in the Epic Store or Steam, what different deals get cut. So definitely be on the lookout for those, man. If you have interest in any of those, I think for me, out of that list, I'd probably say Loop Mansion probably has me the most interest. I'll definitely be something.
Yeah, like I said, still, you never know what shows up, man. Like again, Solasa, Crown of the Magister, the one that I talked about in the beginning, showed up out of the blue. That's the great part right now. Like there's so much shit coming, so much content for us to play. Sometimes we get surprised, man. It's really cool. I like it.
Yeah, no, exactly. So with that, I think one of those, that last game actually brought up an interesting conversation, and it brought up an interesting idea in my head. And Pong, let me know if you want to run with this or not. But there has been something that I've noticed here recently, as we get the show kind of ramped up and get people, engaged and everything, get your minds going. Ever since the Steam Deck has kind of released and everybody's been kind of clamoring for it and say, yeah, it's great, something that you could take on the go, game, Steam store. The one thing that sticks out to me the most is the blatant advocating for emulating Switch games. People blatantly admitting that they are pirating Switch games. Now, again, it's neither here or there. I have myself done some of the similar things, although I buy those games before I do. What I have been seeing is the complete opposite of people just saying, oh, the Steam Deck is the greatest Switch emulator that you can ever find. It's great. It's better than the Switch. Sure, it's better than the Switch, but you are also pirating games. And I don't want that to be lost on people, because people were just not that long ago complaining about pirating games and being an advocate for the opposite side of the spectrum. And it is the same people who are now bragging about the possibility of what you can do with the Steam Deck for Switch emulation. Now, what you do on your time is your business, whatever the case. The biggest thing for me is I'm not blind, nor am I stupid. And for people, if you're going to advocate for something, to stand on your laurels. When something comes out that makes it more convenient for you to enjoy whatever experience, don't come out of nowhere and say, oh, all of a sudden I like Switch games. Because you're blatantly admitting that you are pirating those games. Now, if you bought the games and you want to go out and play them on a different console or whatever the case may be, just because you feel like you're going to get a better experience there, look, I understand. You put your money for it. That is a conversation. No, and emulation is not a crime. You're 100% Balatone. Emulation isn't a crime. I'm not, and again, to each their own. Pirating is, though. And when you're playing brand new Switch games on a console or in a ecosystem or on a system that is not technically meant for, that's a different conversation to have. Again, I'm not going to be the guy to sit here and be like, oh, I'm all high and mighty or whatever the case. But it's just something to pay attention to, because I did see a lot of people speaking out about piracy, and then those are the same people who are doing it now. And again, as far as like legacy and everything goes and digital rights, and that's a whole other conversation that we can definitely have too. Because there was another conversation with Ubisoft where they're pulling some of their servers down, and they're not going to have support for some of the other games that aren't getting as much attention as they used. Right, you got games like older Splinter Cells, older Assassin's Creed games that they're pulling servers down for, that if you have that game, you may no longer have access to it once they do this. And that is a problem. When do your rights as a consumer come into play? If you've bought something, and that's the biggest conversation that we're kind of at right now too, is with everything being digital, we don't have a lot of rights. If let's just say for Halo Infinite, if they pull the server down tomorrow, guess what? You're not playing Halo Infinite, which would be a super unfortunate thing, and could open a conversation for some legal matters to happen and everything else, which I do think that we as gamers should start advocating for, or at least speaking on more, to make sure that on some level, when we invest into a title, like me and Pong have said it all the time, we'll find a game that we're interested in, we'll buy that game, and then for whatever reason, we may stop playing the game, but it doesn't mean that I may not go back to it at some point. And if I go back to it, and all of a sudden the game tells me, oh, I can't boot the game up because server's down, or there's not anything set up for it anymore for me to access it, wouldn't that, I'd be kind of frustrated about that, man, right? Especially because there's some things about that Ubisoft thing that has kind of come out, the Ubisoft drama with them removing DLC. That's another thing too. How are you going to remove content that I've paid for? Like, I don't get that either. But I think that's going to be another interesting place to take it. But I wanted to kind of start it off with that, just because with the whole Switch thing, because I thought that was interesting, because it does carry into the whole Ubisoft drama thing. And again, I don't want anybody to misunderstand what I'm saying, but there is something to be said as we move further into this digital era and things become more blatantly obvious that physical editions of, like, for an example, you're going to get a collector's edition of God of War. with a steel case that has no game in it. What universe are we living in?
Now, Steel, I think you're. Look, this is a big. This is a much bigger topic than I think most people realize. It's a bigger topic than most people realize.
It's a big one to open the show up with, but
because most people don't think about it, right? Again, I mean, yes, there's a lot of people out there who have been beating the drum for physical to never go away because of this, right? There's people out there saying this is the danger zone. This is this is the dystopian future of going all digital, right? Is because at any moment, any time, company can just pull those rights from you, can pull the game from you, and you have nothing, right? Even though you paid for it, but now technically we're paying for is a license, right? So they can do whatever they want to, and there's no ramifications, and you don't have access to content that you played anymore. Again, we saw this with the Sony PlayStation Store in certain countries now pulling certain movies due to licensing. Even if you purchase them, you're no longer be able to access them. Listen, this is something that needs to be talked about, and I'm the guy that's against completely 100%. I'm not for big government. Okay, I'm not. I'm for a small government. I hate what's happened so far over the past, whatever you want to say, decades, as how big government's gotten and how much they're digging into people's lives. But if there's one place where it may take government intervention, it's going to be digital rights. And it's going to be, what do we do with the future? And unfortunately, we have a bunch of, well, I'll generalize here, even though it's not always true, but we have a bunch of very old politicians who know nothing, okay, about anything that has to do with digital stuff, that has to do with gaming, that has to do with PC stuff. Listen, they've got IT people who still come help them turn on their computer some mornings. I can guarantee it, okay? Listen, we're depending upon these people because, Steel, to your point, if we get down to the place where physical is pretty much all gone, it's now physical is niche, okay? Physical becomes a limited runs style thing. Right. You've got companies like Ubisoft who shut down the servers and pull DLC from you that you purchased, okay? And you don't have access, even if you haven't played that game in years, but you get a bug up your butt one day and you want to go play, and it's no longer available to you, but you paid money for that. Okay, where are my rights as a consumer, right? Where are my rights? I purchased content. Right. Yeah, I believe that if a company offers something as far as content goes, whether it's DLC, whether it's a full game, I believe it is their responsibility to make that game, that content available to you forever. Unless they go out of business, unless they shutter their doors and shut down completely, I believe it is their responsibility to always make sure that is available to you, however they have to do it. It's accessible. However they've got to do it. And I think that's something that needs to be talked about. If a game servers has to be shut down, how do you still have access to the DLC? I'm not talking about that they have to make sure that you have the multiplayer all the time.
I mean,
I'm not saying
down. Cool, I understand that.
I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that you got to make sure that the content's available. So if it's DLC and you haven't put in some type of system that if you go ahead and pull that from the stores, that the people who purchased it, whether it's through a patch or whatever the case may be, have permanent access to that DLC from here point going forward, well, then that's on you. And I think that the companies do have to take responsibility for that towards the consumers, us. And I think that they need to have something in place that says that, yes, if you purchase this from our store, from us, from anywhere where it's available, you have rights to it for forever. For life. And we're going to make sure that it's available to you forever, unless, of course, we shut down and we can't provide those rights anymore, whatever the case may be, right? But there's got to be some type of protection put in, because this is the greatest fear of those people that say, we cannot go all digital. Please stop buying digital. We cannot do this.
No, exactly.
We own nothing anymore, right? And I do understand that dystopian future. So it is a big conversation, Steel, and it's an important one. And like you said, as far as emulation and piracy goes,
I mean, like they were bringing it up in chat, emulation is completely different from piracy. Yes. And again, that's I want to make sure that it's known that it is different. That's not what I'm speaking to. I'm just saying, you're emulating new games. That's like PlayStation coming out with Spider-Man 2 tomorrow, and because I can go online and find it in whatever file, whatever site that some dude in a big old trench coat had, and he opened up his pocket and he was like, hey, here's your Spider-Man 2 you can download on your PC right now. That can be emulation. But is it doing that through emulation? But
correct me if I'm wrong, Steel. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't mean to jump in on you.
You're good.
Because because I am naive, because I haven't done a lot of PC gaming, right? And I haven't been on that side of things. And emulation, I haven't done it on any of my consoles, or not, even though it's available. I know you can do it. I've watched the videos on it. Is it not that if you emulate a game, right, and you download that ROM, right, to emulate, you're supposed to own the original? Is that not part of the deal? Like, you're supposed to have had the original at some point? Or am I completely wrong?
I mean, with emulation, that is the idea, right? Quote unquote.
Right. I'm saying if you break it down to like the most like the base level, like that's part of the agreement is, hey, if I'm downloading this ROM to emulate, I own it somewhere physically, somewhere else, right?
Quote unquote, yes. Now that's still a battle that's kind of being fought, because
and I understand
Nintendo doesn't like people having their older games and emulating those, and PlayStation's also had some issues with that in the past where people are emulating their older games. So it's like, ideally, yes, quote unquote, that's exactly how that would work. Whereas piracy is you're literally playing the game and you have no investment in that game, which is what I'm speaking more to, because I'll be honest with y'all and say that is readily available for the Switch easily. Now, is that a Nintendo problem? Sure, we can say that. Yeah, it's Nintendo's fault that they're allowing it to happen. But like with everything, you do things at your own risk. It's going to be available to a certain ecosystem. I was more so just speaking to it from the perspective of me seeing people who are advocating for a device now, freeing, like openly admitting that they're doing something that's not necessarily, and they're recommending it to people. That's my thing. Like, nobody's saying, hey, by the way, you may not want to do this. They're just saying, hey, yeah, you can do it. And oh, this is the best place to play it at. And everything else is like, no, the best place to play it at is on the console that it was made for, so that you don't run into any issues. Because the other thing that'll happen is, if you are not informed and you go do these things, and I only say this from experience because you have to know, you have to have some relation to it to understand what not to do, right? And I did this early on. But I'm only saying this because there has been situations in the past to where a game has been downloaded back in the day that I was emulating. I think it was like a 360 game or PS2 game at the time. Whatever the case may be. I got the game and I got an email. My parents got an email, actually, not even the next day, saying that, hey, if you do this again, we will disconnect our service with you. You will no longer be able to have internet with us, because what you're doing is illegal. Not everybody's going to understand that, so that's why I wanted to kind of bring that up. And it rolled into the conversation with the whole Ubisoft thing, because I just felt like they were hand in hand with each other. But my fault, Paul. I didn't mean to cut you off on that. You probably lost straight of thought by now.
No. I was just going to say that, like, this is going to be an ongoing. Again, this is part of the digital age as technology keeps continuing to grow, right? This is the other side of the coin, the business side, right? With emulation and piracy and that kind of stuff. This is the fight that the companies themselves have that are in business to make money. That the only reason why we have video games is because they are making money. Yeah. This isn't for the good of the people. They're not doing this out of generosity. Okay. So that is the flip side of that coin. Like, hey, they're also fighting their own battles against this stuff. And it's been around forever, right? Again, go back to LimeWire and all those kind of days, when we were downloading music, right? freely admit I was ripping music. Everybody was ripping music. I was doing
everybody.
that at freaking work. My God, that was half our days. We were burning CDs at work. Look, listen, because it took forever to download, right? But now, you know, yeah, if you used to want to burn a CD, like a full CD, look, you'd spend almost 3 hours downloading, right? Because it took forever to get some of the music, right? And some songs, depending on where the servers were back then, some songs you would have to leave it on all night to get one song because it would take the server forever to download because you were at such a low bit rate, right? So, I think that this is a constant battle. It's going to continue to happen. And I understand that it's getting a little weird now that we do have things like the Steam Deck out there where it's so easy now, Steel. Like back in the day, you kind of had to work for it. You had to know what you were doing, like to get an emulator downloaded. Hell, the Steam Deck comes with some of the emulators, right? So it's like, it's basically now like everybody and their mother can do emulation if they want to. And there's just this, you know, unspoken rule. Well, I mean, it's spoken, but at the same time, it's kind of like, well, yeah, I've owned that game before. Yeah. So I'm going to emulate this. Yeah.
Right.
It's like, no, I had that. Yeah. But for the older titles, again, the company should never have a problem. Titles that are no longer available for purchase, the company should definitely not have any problems, right? If you're not going to make your title available, if it's not available as backwards compatible on my Xbox Series console, and I want to emulate it because, hey, it's a game I love, but I can't get it anywhere other than purchasing it from a secondhand person anyways, well, then all bets are off, right? For me, that's where the line's like, okay, well, whatever. Why do you care anymore? Your game's not available anywhere outside of the used market from somebody that you're not going to get any money off of. So who the hell cares, right? It's a free for all. But the newer games, like you said, Steel, yeah, I mean, that's, I guess if I were ever going to take that route, and again, I'm totally naive. Maybe at some point I have a Steam Deck or some point I have a PC. I'm totally naive at that. But at some point, like I would not be like talking about it. Just me personally, I wouldn't be talking about it. Like, it's not like if I was going to do it, it's not something I'd be out here showing pictures of, right? It'd be something that like, hey, I want to try this game out and see if I like it. And I do it, but I wouldn't say anything. And like, if I like the game, I'd probably go buy the game, right? That's how I work. This is me personally, but I think it is an ongoing battle. It is a part of that digital future that we talk about, Steel. Like, if you're going to do it, it's available. It's easy now. You can go do it. It's, it's one of those things. I guess it's just a judgment call for you personally, a moral call, whatever you want to say, like, it's up to the person, but I just wouldn't be out here talking about it on social media.
Yeah. That's my only thing.
Yeah.
Don't accidentally condemn yourself. That's just a questionable thing. But with that, because I wanted to lead into the whole Ubisoft thing really quickly. So in a recent post from Ubisoft, and I'm pulling this from Game Ranks, so shout out to them. This editorial or this article was put up by Brandon Little, so shout out to you, my guy. But in a recent post from Ubisoft, the company began listing services which would be removed or decommissioned on September 1st. That's right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. While it's uncommon for online services to end, one thing which struck out to users was that single-player DLC for single-player DLC.
Correct. And Doom Reaper was talking about this in the chat. Yep. Doom Reaper, this is the difference that we were going to get into here. Multiplayer, like I said, Steel and I both said, hey, if you got to shut down, you can't keep multiplayer going forever. Like that's
especially if there's nobody playing. Like,
right, that's part of EULA. That's in there. But the single player DLC is where I'm like, no, we got to protect this. So go ahead, Steel. Sorry.
Again, while it's not uncommon for online services to end, one thing which struck out to users was that single-player DLC for multiple Assassin's Creed titles would be inaccessible going forward. And they're talking about, I believe the Assassin's Creed games that were in question was, I think it was 2, 3, and
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I think Brotherhood might have been in that list.
I think were the games that were included in that list. I was trying to look for the exact list for them. I had somebody else that went over them, but I didn't get a chance to write them down. But the games listed, which range from Anno 2070, which apparently Anno is a newer multiplayer experience that hasn't been garnering enough attention, and possibly that's why they're going to close that game out. The only thing about that though, is that also the game is still available to purchase. For a game that you're about to decommission, you can still buy it for you not to have access in 2 months, less than 2 months. For 20, it's like over $20. Really weird. But so from Anno to 2070 to Zombie U,
I've got the list, Steel, if you want it real quick.
Yeah, let me
okay. You want the list? Okay, so it's Anno 2070.
Mhm.
It's Assassin's Creed 2. It's Assassin's Creed 3, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed Liberation HD, Driver San Francisco, Far Cry 3,
Yeah.
Prince of Persia, The Forgotten Sands, Silent Hunter 5, Space Junkies, which was a 2019 game, online only game,
Okay.
and then Splinter Cell Blacklist. After this date, players on PC will lose access to all purchased DLC, while console players will only lose access if they start a new game. Now, that's great, but whoever wrote these articles, a lot of the articles that I had hit up too, Steel, let's point this out. PlayStation players, if you don't up your cloud saves and you don't keep on with PlayStation Plus and they wipe your saves, guess what? Your DLC will be gone. They forgot to mention that part of it because Xbox, of course, cloud saves are free. It's built in. As long as you got it uploading to the cloud, you're good to go for life. I mean, Xbox has not and will not put saves behind a paywall. But on Sony's side of things, like me, all my saves are gone now because I haven't had a PlayStation console. I finally let my PlayStation Plus lapse because I was like, why? I don't know when I'm going to get a PlayStation 5. I was like, screw it. I guess just all the hundreds and thousands of hours of games, saves are gone. Whatever.
I guess
I had to make that decision. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
But that would affect people on that side of things, just to let everybody know that. Sorry, Steel.
That was perfect because I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, you would think that kind of makes you think that kind of makes you a reason to stay invested in the ecosystem when you're kind of being forced, right? But neither here or there. But some games like this, no, they were continuing from Anno. So the games listed, which range from Anno 2070 to Zombie U, so most of the list that Pong spoke on, I think there's some more too, inform users that they'll be unable to link their Ubisoft accounts or use online features or even multiplayer. With some games like the Assassin's Creed game, they get a step further, informing users additionally, the installation and access to downloadable content will be unavailable. For over a decade, users have warned that online ownership of games would lead to this sort of situation. That owning the license to a game still enabled the companies hosting the download to remove your access to the game you pay for. This is a problem that wouldn't otherwise occur with physical media like cartridges or CDs, even though it does. Because your game isn't being played off the CD anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, article. Sorry. Anyway, in this post, Ubisoft claims that these removals will allow them to focus their resources servicing players. If this website will stop moving around, trying to give me random ads. But in their post, Ubisoft claims that these removals will allow them to focus their resources servicing players who are playing newer or more popular titles. However, these changes will leave owners of older games in the lurch when it comes to the content they pay for, and also undermines the integrity of these newer or more popular titles. Ubisoft's upcoming title, Skull and Bones, which we can also talk about a little bit here since we're talking about Ubisoft and things, is expected to have a single-player campaign. If there's any DLC or expansions for this game, how long will you be allowed to play it? Given some of the game being discommissioned are as new as 2013, you have about 9 years to enjoy Skull and Bones. Now, in some aspects, when you say 9 years of a game, of course, it's like, well, at that point, it's like, am I even really playing that game? As we move further into the future, is that even going to be something that I'm going to be considering? It's probably already off of my hard drive, and I'm not even thinking about that game. But is that the point? To me, I don't think it is. Anytime that you're removing, again, like me and Paul mentioned earlier, if there's a multiplayer component to your game and the game isn't getting the traction that it once was. If you got 10 people that are the only 10 people playing on your server, or playing online or whatever the case may be, and it doesn't make any sense for you to keep that server up for that, ooh, I get it. But taking away content, additional content that was paid for by your consumer as an add-on to your game, I do feel is not okay. This is why we were having that conversation a little earlier with digital and physical media rights, and why I wanted to tie that kind of in with the whole emulation and piracy thing, because digital rights and digital media is a conversation that we're going to have to continually have if we're not going to want to be fucked over in the long run. Because if we continue to stay quiet, digital media is, it's going to be great, then what's going to end up happening is that you'll get 4 years down the road, you'll get that wild hunch like Pong mentioned, you'll go back to a game like Skyrim, and then before you know it, half the game is missing because they released additional content with the game as DLC, and they say, oh, well, nobody's playing this game, so we're just going to pull the DLC out. But you charge me $40, you charge millions of people $40 to get this DLC, and now you're saying, oh, I can't access it. Okay, well, so what are we doing? What rights do I have as a gamer? Now, this is water that's going to continuously get deeper as we go. We might end up finding some sandbars, using some Florida references here. Get some of that beach talk in there. But, you might run across a sandbar where you can kind of get a break from the deep ocean and everything, maybe get away from the sharks and whatnot. But as we continue to move forward, and why I was also said earlier that these companies are companies at the end of the day, and as much as they may seem consumer facing, as much as they may seem that they're doing things for us, at the end of the day, if it's not churning a profit for them, they're not going to continue to support it. Which is why it's important for companies like Microsoft, who do give you cloud saves for free, so that no matter what device, no matter where you go, no matter how long you've played that game, as long as it's been uploaded to the cloud, you will have access to it. Guaranteed. That point that Pong just brought up earlier about, hey, I didn't renew my service, so guess what? I think it's after like 30, however many days, 30 to 90 days.
It's after, I think it's 3 months, it's 3 months or 4 months without the subscription, then all your saves.
Let's say 6 months. You go 6 months without a PlayStation subscription. You're telling me that all of my save data is going to be deleted? If I don't keep that console?
Yep.
Okay, what if something happens? What if I can't get a console in 6 months? What if I have a dramatic family situation that happens and now I'm stuck and I got to really piece things together, and then boom, 6 months later, everything's going on the right track and I'm good, and I go get a PlayStation. I'm trying to jump back into Final Fantasy VII Remake, for an example, and I was like towards the end of the game, and I get on and I have to start the game over because it says I do not have any save data. You know how much that would turn me off as a gamer?
Mm-hmm.
I'd take that console back. Mm-hmm. Guaranteed. I'd be like, all right, no, I'm not playing this shit. I'm good. No, I'll just do it. I'll do without it. But again, some people like the replay experiences, so that maybe that doesn't bother you as much. But again, this Ubisoft, and this news coming out this week, they're doing these things. And again, who knows if it's right? Who knows if it's wrong? I am in the camp that I do think it's wrong to remove single player DLC from a game for server purpose. Oh, because it's not being played like it used to be. It's an older game. It's just taking up space. No, how about you just invest more so that these people you make sure that your players across the board are taken care of, especially for single player content. That shouldn't be happening.
Or patch it into the game. So when somebody fires up the game, it's just available at this point. If you're shutting down and you don't care anymore, you're not going to make any more money off of it. So just make the DLC permanent then.
Exactly. That you're blatantly saying, right. Like at this point, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure people are going to be upset about whatever they want to be upset about. but I'm pretty sure nobody would be upset about them spending $30 7 years ago and then people who are playing the game right now getting it for free.
Correct.
Nobody's going to be mad about that.
That way, everybody's got access and nobody loses access, and you're all good. And let me add to this too, Steele, is that and this article that I've got up brought this up to concerning that Space Junkies game that I made mention of.
Yeah,
it's a 2019. It's a 2019 online only game. Okay.
Yes.
But here and that's fine. Again, we talked about that. That's if they decide that they're going to shut that down, it becomes completely unplayable for anybody who purchased it. But my big problem, Steele, is they are still selling this game on Steam right now for 75% off with no warning that it's shutting down in September. No warning. I mean, obviously, people reviewing the game are talking about it and making sure that other people know. But right now, they're still trying to sell it. Look, bro, that's where you get really shady. And I'm sorry if I didn't hear you say that part of it. I apologize.
I mentioned a different game, but I think it was the 2077 or whatever the game that was.
Oh, yeah, Anno 2070 or whatever.
It was the Anno game, but no, it's Space Junkies. Yeah, you're 100%.
Space Junkies, 75% off and no warning that, hey, by the way, if you buy this right now, 2 months from now, you get nothing. Like that's shady freaking business right there.
And it makes you look at, it doesn't make what Ubisoft has kind of been going through 3-bit. It's called Space Junkies. It doesn't put Ubisoft in any better of a light than they kind of have been in here recently when you have those kinds of things going on. Like, come on, Ubi, like what are we doing? Like, just because you're getting ready to roll your services into consoles or whatever the case may be, we still don't know at what level they're going to do that. Is it going to be at an Ubisoft Plus level where you're going to get all the content, including all the DLC, which I don't think it's worth $15 a month from Ubisoft specifically, but I could add it on for an additional $5 onto my subscription that I'm currently paying for Xbox, and I think that would be well worth it because you do get literally everything. Any game that has come out with Ubisoft, you literally have access to with all the content, which is a smart thing to do. Anno is part of it for sure, but it's the biggest thing is Space Junkies still being sold, although they're going to close the server out. And again, game's not doing well, but whatever. But
right, it's not doing well. They got to make the business decisions. I get some of that shit, but again, we've got to have a talk. And again, I know this is all written up in the ULAs. Again, they have high-powered attorneys that have been doing now this digital rights, litigation for decades now. Like this is nothing new, right? And we all just skip through all of the reading and just say, I accept and I understand all of that, right? But at the end of the day, when we're talking about single player DLC, again, that's why I said it's probably going to take, because none of us, again, we always talk about this in the gaming community, right? Let's stand up. Let's vote with our wallets. Listen, you're never going to get hundreds of millions of people to agree on one topic and tell people that they're not going to buy a game or not going to agree to the licensing in the beginning, right? It's just like, it's a great idea, but it's just never going to happen. And like, I never say never because, again, is it a 0% chance? No, of course not. Something major could happen where you could get this entire gaming industry to stand up for once and do something. You probably could. But at the end of the day, realistically, is that ever going to happen? No, it's not. That's why it's going to take an outside entity to start looking at this stuff and say, look, this, from a consumer standpoint, is completely wrong, and that something new has to change. And Jordan Luke, welcome to the chat, by the way. Appreciate you jumping in here. Chargasm is right. That's what we were just talking about, Jordan, is that Sony PlayStation, again, these articles missed out, forget about that portion of it or whatever the case may be, that yes, Sony PlayStation, you have to maintain your PlayStation Plus subscription service to keep your cloud saves. Now, if you got the console, you got the physical console, and you got everything saved on your hard drive, you're good, right? You're cool, right? Yeah. That's cool. But if you get rid of that console, like I did, I traded my PS4, right, for the new consoles when they came out, current gen, and I wound up selling off my PlayStation 5 digital when I got it because I couldn't justify keeping that machine because of the pandemic and what my family's going through and stuff. So I had to make the choice, and I made the choice to keep the Series console. I paid for my PlayStation Plus subscription, even though I didn't have a PlayStation console anymore, just to make sure my cloud saves were still there. But now, as it's gone on, and I don't know when I'm going to get a PlayStation 5, I finally let it lapse. So yes, all my hundreds, thousands of game hours of saves are gone now at this point. I knew about that. I had to make that decision, but a lot of people don't know about that. So yeah, if you don't keep your PlayStation Plus subscription going, you lose all your cloud saves from Sony side of things, which is awful. It's ridiculous, and a lot of people don't know about that. So yeah, but Chargasm was correct in that. We were talking about that.
Yeah, along with them also taking your video content away from you. But
yeah, and that's the other thing we're talking about. In some territories, some nothing in the U.S. so far, but in some territories, it was announced this week that Sony is removing some of the movies and digital content. And you won't have access to it anymore due to licensing problems. Again, if you're going to sell something, it's up to you to maintain the licensing. And that's why I'm saying there's got to be some type of outside entity that comes in that reworks this stuff as we move forward, as everybody goes digital, because that ain't right. If I bought it on your storefront and at no time did it say, and yes, I know in the digital rights section, it does say this content can be removed for whatever case, but I'm not buying it under the premise that I'm going to lose access to that and that it's going to have an expiration date. I'm buying in the consumer's eyes, when you make a purchase, whether it's digital or physical, right? You're buying that thing permanently, right? You're not buying that with an expiration date like milk, okay? That's not what you're doing. And again, whether or not it's in the right section, I get it. It's probably there. It covers all of that. Again, high-priced attorneys do this, but it's still not right.
It's not right.
Right. It's not right. Yeah, right. Exactly.
And that's the conversation we should just continue to keep having, continue to let people know about, continue to speak out about, especially as gamers. As further we move into the digital era, the more important that conversation is going to be. Even if we ever get to the point that me and Pong want to get to, where you can literally plug into to a VR system or whatever the case might be, and you just really literally transport it into like another world virtually. I would want to have at least some form of confidence there that what I do within those universes, what I plot my dollars down on, is an investment for something that I will end up keeping. And it'll be dope one way that they could carry on. It could be a legacy thing, right? Where you move from game to game, the DLC that you had before kind of carries on, so you can use it in the next game, and then people can look at it and they're like, oh man, look at, where'd you get that outfit from? You could be like, well, you know, instead of getting freaking not microtransactions, but I can't think of the name of it now because it's been a minute since we have talked about it. And it's right there. Goodness gracious. NFTs, there we go. Instead of NFTs, you can just have content that carries over to the next game, and you have opened up those same questions, and that would engage people to be like, oh man, maybe I should go play that older game because I get this content that carries over to my next game, and I get to stand out a little bit more, and it kind of shows that the developers, they value your time. That's the biggest thing that I'm seeing right now throughout the industry in total, is the value for time. Is your time being valued? And 9 times out of 10, unfortunately, doesn't necessarily come across like it is for everybody. Everybody's going to break that down their own separate way. I would just like to see more of that be done, more of that get handled, more options, more opportunities, just for us as the comic consumer. But I think that was definitely an interesting way to start the show today. For sure, with just the whole drama, emulation-piracy thing, always going to be conversations, are going to continue to move forward. And I think it's important for us to have those conversations. With that, I think it'd be a good place to move forward with and say, hey, you know, we talked a little bit about Halo last week. I wanted to mention here right now, you wanted some brand new Halo content. And I have to let you know that your brand new Halo content is going to be coming in the form of a book. Hey! The Halo, the Rubicon Protocol, apparently is going to be a story that takes place for the events that happen between Halo 5 up into leading into Halo Infinite. Now, this is really interesting because I've seen a couple sides of the fence on this story, or on this at least. As exciting as that is for me, as someone who is interested in the books and in the entire universe of Halo, that's cool. But I'm also of the same mind that one of the things that Halo has really dropped the ball on, whether that you want to put that on Microsoft, you want to put it on 343, you want to put it on Bungie, whatever the case, is that they have really lacked using their universe to their advantage. And doing something like this, like create a book is cool and all, but man, wouldn't it have been dope to have a different game or a different perspective or somebody else's perspective that you could have played through for this experience, for the game series, right? More of an interactive type of thing, because that is one of the number one things that a lot of people complain about when it comes to Halo, is that, hey, well, you know, I get all these Halo fans are telling me all these other stories and how I should understand Chief this way and his team, and I'm supposed to know who Oni is and all these other people, but I gotta go read a book. I gotta go listen to this story. I gotta go, and it's super unfortunate, especially in a universe that has the potential to have the same effects, I should say, kind of like a Mass Effect, man, where I could literally see a Mass Effect version of Halo, where all your decisions mattered. They really, really defined it more around your personal experience as a Spartan. Like, I feel like they missed out on an opportunity from Reach to take that experience to the next level and say, all right, well, you had any taste of, you were part of this team, you were this Noble Six, this unnamed Spartan that's supposed to be representative of you. Okay, well, how about here's this other story we want you to kind of take place on, so you can get familiar with how Buck became a Spartan, the guy that you played as an ODST in Halo ODST. For those who don't know, the main ODST that you play as is Buck. And Buck becomes a Spartan. Nobody would know that. All of a sudden, Buck shows up as a Spartan in Halo 5, part of Locke's team, and you're like, Buck, why does that name sound familiar? So there's so much gaps that can be filled in. I feel like, again, it's for people like me who like it, like the books, who like the audio side of things, it's cool. But I do think that it is another missed opportunity for Halo fans or people who are fans of the games more so, to get an additional experience to kind of fill in that gap, because people had a lot of those questions. And it's just super convenient that instead of answering those questions through a game or through additional DLC or whatever the case, that you're again continuing to put that story in a hard copy version of it. I thought that was just really, I thought it was funny, but the timing of it couldn't have been any better. I mean, like, ladies and gentlemen, like, Halo Infinite is struggling as far as content goes, but guess what? You got your new content in this Rubicon Protocol book, and you guys better go buy it. There's your DLC. Oh, goodness gracious. Pong, how do you feel about this, man? Halo releasing new content in the form of a book or an audio file or audio book that you can listen to.
Hey,
man.
There's lovers like yourself out there, Steel, that love the books and that have read the books, and you know, again, what are you supposed to do? Tell the author not to write the book because they don't have any DLC for the game? Nah, man, you got to keep moving forward. The Halo universe is bigger than all of that. Like you were saying, there's so much more to be explored out there, and they're never going to be able to flesh out the entire Halo universe just in games alone. It's going to take TV shows. It's going to probably take a movie down the road. It's going to take books. It's going to take all forms, right? And so I think that it's nothing but a good thing. Again, like you said, when you see it on Twitter coming from the, you know, coming from the Halo account, it is a little, because, you know, again, we're in our own little bubble here, but most people that follow the Halo Twitter account are following it for the game stuff, right? So when something like that pops up, I'm sure there's more than one person that went, oh, whoa, what's this? Oh, really? It's a book? Really? That's what we're getting right now, is a book? So I'm sure from that standpoint, it was a little off-putting to some people to see it coming from the Halo account. But that again, it's business. It's again, the Halo universe is
Yeah,
bigger than just the games.
right.
It's one of those things. So
100%.
again, for everybody out there who's reading the books, who enjoys the books, I'm sure it's very exciting, and I'm sure it's going to be a great thing. And I know, Steele, that you again, you know tons of the lore,
Yeah.
like you always point out, because of the books. Like you said, it's just an expanded universe out there to read. It's just unfortunately in 2022, we move further and further away from people who read books anymore. So
That is true.
it's
That you listen to books now, which is nothing wrong with that. I mean, I
no,
get it. I've done it. I feel like I've had some good times with it, and there are some good people who read books really well. That's another important thing. Like, not everybody can read books really well and make it intriguing the entire time and have you enthralled in the story. It's that there is an art to storytelling, but it's just it's. I don't want to necessarily say it's poor timing because, again, like you said, you can't tell somebody that don't write the book, but it's just like, man, what an opportunity to be missed that you could have put this or included this as like a DLC. If somebody could have been working on this, some other team to bring the story to life.
It's crazy, Steele, that we could sit back. Let me say this real quick about books too. That will be my one old guy thing. I have a Kindle. But and I've got plenty of books on my Kindle.
It's not the same.
There's still nothing better ever than having a physical book in your hands, flipping through those pages, and the smell of a book, right? It's one of those weird things. I think they actually have an official name for it, for people who like the smell of books. But walking into a bookstore and again, there's I forever will say the experience is nowhere near, and I can't do audiobooks, right? I can't. I've tried doing audiobooks. I don't get the same. I don't get the same experience. Maybe it's just me and how I take in information.
Well,
I lose too much when I'm listening to
the
a
other
book.
thing too that's like so unique about like when you read in books, it's like you're putting the voices in your head. You're putting the emphasis on everything.
That's what I was just going with it.
Where if somebody's reading,
imagination, yes.
Whereas where somebody's reading, it's like they could put emphasis on it too, but maybe it wouldn't have been what you would have put on it, what was in your head for that story.
Right.
And that's what makes those experiences so unique, is that incorporating your own imagination could give you a whole different take on the story than somebody else. And then when you have that conversation with them, you're like, hey, I got this and this and this and this. And then when you have that connection with somebody else, we're like, yeah, I got that same thing. And y'all are in two different places with the books at two different times, and things line up. It's like, okay, that's what they experience out. But
right.
I can understand.
But to your point though, Steele, I do think it would be cool. And I don't know, like I said, it'd be so interesting just to spend a month inside some of these companies and hear the talks that are happening, and that if other people within these companies think like we do sometimes. And I know sometimes, again, as gamers, as sports fans, as fans of anything, sometimes we think we have the greatest ideas in the world. And why does nobody do this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, why aren't you doing this, right? We always think that. But it'd be interesting to see if anybody else has those thoughts. Because to your point, Steele, if they could all get on the same page at some point in Halo's life, where that entertainment, whether it's a book comes out, or whatever the case may be, or a new show comes out, or an animation comes out, and it could all be tied back into the gaming DLC, and they could get on that pattern of, hey, new books coming out. We're going to have this small little campaign DLC that's going to be dropping, that kind of gives you a short little story based upon what's happening in the book or whatever else, and tie all those things into the universe where it was that constant flow of new content, whether it's books, gaming, movies, TV, whatever the case may be, but you constantly have that flow, and that it's all tied into one package, and that they would follow that kind of whole story. That would be amazing, bro. It would be absolutely amazing to get into that space where they could do that. I think it would be perfect. But who are we, Steele? We're nothing but consumers. We're just nothing but gamers. We're nothing just but fans. Yeah. We always complain. Listen, I understand, but it would be interesting to be in those board meetings and see if anybody else brings that up. Like, hey, you know what? Certain things like Halo kind of deserve that and have potential there. We could make something really special out of this by doing it that way. I don't know. I think it would just be crazy. Splendiferous. It's your
Hey,
son's birthday. His name is Nagazi. I hope I said that right. Nagazi?
let us know. Let us know if we're
Let us
saying it right.
know. Hey, happy birthday, Nagazi.
Happy
I hope you have a wonderful
birthday
day to you.
ya.
I
There we
hope you
go.
have a great day. No,
You
that's
better be
awesome.
playing. You better be playing the Stevie Wonder version of Happy Birthday, or we're gonna have a real problem. It's the best version of Happy Birthday that's out there. Splendiferous. If you're not, I'm gonna have to personally come to your house, and just tear off your front door, and come in playing the Stevie Wonder Happy Birthday. Just let you know. Jigga J says, all I want is Forge in 10 maps this year. Can 343 make that happen? You know, Jigga, I hope so. Again, I'll still stand on the fence that I still think that Halo is going to be the game that it was meant to be a year later after release. We have until November for them to prove me right. I could be proven wrong. I haven't been playing Halo here recently. I have been playing a lot of Naraka Blade here recently. Halo could win me back by seemingly coming out with certain affinity and saying, hey, here is the BR or the extra game mode that we are working on, and it could be a smash hit, and I'm 100% invested in the game. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't necessarily have a problem with Halo right now. I can admit that there is a lack of content there, which does bother me. There are some the desync things that bother me too. And when you can play at a certain level, you have a certain expectation, and that could bother you and everything. And it's just, timing is another big part of it too. D4 got one. You hate that version. Hey, I feel you. Everybody got their own favorite version. As long as you find one that you like, that's what's. But I gotta say, Stevie Wonder is my favorite. I ain't gonna lie. Either that one or another one that was popular on my local radio station. But with that, okay, so we went into the Ubisoft drama a little bit, talked a little bit about emulation-piracy and everything, and then we talked a little bit about Halo getting some new content. Another little small thing that I wanted to bring in is Turn 10 really quick, and it doesn't have to be a long, drawn-out conversation. I am a Forza fan, and I'll freely admit that. Shout out to you, Splend. Much love. I'm glad he was there. I'm glad he loved it. I appreciate you. But what I wanted to bring in is Turn 10 seemingly, I don't want to necessarily say cockiness, because I don't know if it's cockiness. I think it's more so the amount of faith or the amount of belief that they have in this game. I think they honestly believe that they have something special with this Forza Motorsport. And the only reason I say that is because I haven't seen Turn 10 highlight little aspects like they did here recently this week, where they put out a little clip of, oh, the tire dynamics are going to be different than ever before, and they're giving you a taste, and they give you that ground level gameplay view of the car hitting the corner and the way that the tire's lifting up off the ground as you're going in and coming out of the corner.
Steel, did you notice the ray tracing?
I did notice the ray tracing. That was something else that really stood out to me too. Again, we'll see if that's actually going to be in game. That's going to be, people are kind of don't think it's believable. But that was the other thing that I noticed, is that the reflections were very detailed. I'm talking about to a level like if I was watching it on TV and there was a camera on the car, it was like that level of believable. And that is insane.
Really good. It was looking really
that was insane. If the game turns out looking like that, bro, Turn 10 is going to literally set the standard once again for racing simulation gaming. The best to do it out here, man. Like it's just crazy to see the amount of level of detail and the fact that they just keep coming out. Not only, you had the dev come out, the main guy came out and was like, look, when we said ray tracing on track, we meant that. Not, we are going to have global illumination in other places, whatever the case, but we want you guys to know that this is going to be on track, to the point where a lot of people don't believe it, and they are going to have to prove, right? They're going to have to show and prove, and we'll find out here as we get further into 2022. I think we're going to at least get another good tease for Motorsport. I think they're going to put something else together to give us a real idea of what to look for. Not just the one camera kind of perspective, but maybe a more traditional kind of motorsport kind of gameplay or whatever the case. that I to try to build up that hype some more. I think they've garnered a lot of favor. Forza itself as a brand has garnered a lot more favor with Horizon doing as well as it did. So I think for Motorsport, I think they might end up continuing that traction. Right, that's going to be really fun to see. What did you? How did you feel about that recent little teaser clip that they put out, Pong?
Listen, I was just looking for an article too, Steel, and I forgot to post it. I don't remember where I saw it at. Somebody wrote up an article, and I can't remember. I'm not gonna name the site. I thought it was Games Radar, but I don't think I was right. But somebody did an opinion piece on Forza and said they needed to change more to catch up to GT. Look,
Okay.
I know, and I'm sorry. I missed the. I can't remember where I saw it. Sorry, dang it. Anyways, it was on Twitter, and I know that somebody posted about it, and I can't. I'm gonna keep trying to find it here. We'll come back to it. Otherwise, look, the Forza team at turn 10. I don't think it's cockiness, Steel. I just think it's because they, and I know you were saying you don't think it's cockiness either, but
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that they're just straight out confident in what they're doing because how much work they've put into this game. They've taken a bigger hiatus here than they've ever had before, and they've really gone back down to the nitty gritty, the nuts and bolts per se of this game, and they are reimagining Forza all over again. And not from a standpoint of what the game's going to play like per se, but they've gone back to redoing all of their different systems that they have in place that they were already ahead of the curve on. They've gone back again. The tires are the one big aspect that they've talked about time and time again. Going to an 8-point system of contact with the road. Then now they're talking about the rubber wearing off, and you get the rubber pellets on the road as you're driving, which also affects how your car handles as the race goes on. Listen, they've gone back to what they were already masters at and had already proven themselves in most people's eyes to be better at than any other racing sim game out there in the world. Now, again, we could talk about, esports, Gran Turismo still played more than, listen, none of that shit matters. Okay. What matters is how the idea behind the game and what people believe of the game, right? And that Forza is the top tier game in the sim racing department for a lot of different reasons. But they've gone back and they said that's not good enough. We can do better. We can do more. We're going to update the Forza engine, and we're going to go back and we're going to redo everything that we're already masters at. We're going to make ourselves even better. So I think when they make these little posts like this, right, I think that that's what they're basically saying is that they're proud of the work that they've put in, and they're confident that the work that they've put in is going to give us a brand new experience in Forza Motorsport.
I think it is.
And it's going to take it and take the bar that they raised, and they're going to raise it themselves even further. Even if the competition isn't raising that bar. Now, there's some things in Gran Turismo, again, that I've said that I do think they do a little bit better than
GT's class system, their driver class system, I think is one of the best systems in place for like leveling and everything. To get you to understand the different cars and how important it is. To really take your time and build it up and really learn the driving experience, right? That's something I've always respected GT for. That's what enticed me with GT forever,
right?
Until Forza came. And that's the one thing Forza is lacking.
Yeah, and I think that I think that they've seen some of that. I think that they know some of that. But again, for a team that's on top to say, hey, we're going to do it even better, right? And we're going to take this to the next level. Again, we talk about companies like EA all the time, where all they do is copy and paste Madden every single year, add one little tiny thing that they claim is a big deal. It winds up not being a big deal in any way, shape, or form, right? But we basically have gotten the same game for the past decade, if you look at it, right? Some of the graphics have gotten better and all that kind of stuff. Some of the hits, I get that. But Forza is saying, or Turn 10 saying, no, we know Forza is the top of the mountain, but we also know that we can do even more with this game, and we want to do more because we are such fans of cars, of racing, we have such a passion that we want to continue to reiterate on this and make it even more so the best sim racing game out there. And I think that that's where this comes across when they release these little tiny clips like this. I thought it was a really cool little clip because they talk about the role and they talk about the fan feedback that they had gotten of how to make the cars feel better while the driving experience was happening. And I think that they, again, taking that feedback and implementing it and giving it that polish that Turn 10 has been known for, where they take it down to, they've got all the stats, all the charts that you would have from analyzing real racing cars right on the track, and they put that into their game to give that full-bodied experience that everybody comes to expect from Forza. I think that's where this is the cool part, and they want to show it off and say, hey, listen, we've heard what you guys would like to see more of, what you guys would like to see be a little bit better, and this is what we're doing. And this, we think you're gonna like it, right? And I think that's what they're doing right here. And then on top of that, showing off the little clip with the ray tracing on the car always helps too. Again, they're gonna keep throwing that out there that, hey, everybody doesn't believe we're gonna make this happen. We're making this happen. Like you said, Steel, we'll see when we get in our hands. But I think that they are legit going to have what we believe they're going to have, and what they've said. And I think it's going to be there when the full experience comes out, and everybody's going to be like, hey, Wizards, Turn 10 are Wizards, man. They made it happen. Let's go.
Hey, yo, and shout out to Knicks, because I definitely agree with them.
Yeah.
Sony should get a sponsorship for the glue that's holding the camera and car together as one in GT7. Maybe a Gorilla Glue sponsorship. And he also goes on to say that they're not using Gorilla Glue at Turn 10 or at Playground Games.
Wow. Knicks, being messy. You're being real though. He
also says devs are doing some wizardry out there that simulates ray tracing in games. The more I see it, though, it doesn't make a big impact in gaming for me, to be honest. And
it's
100%, Knicks. It's one of those things, again, to where it's the same thing that I'll say about 4K still to this point. Like, people are trying to talk about 8K, talk about a marketing term, but ray tracing 4K, 8K, Dolby Vision has more of an impact than fucking 4K does. Like, get that on your TV or on your devices, or get some other form of visual enhancement that could enhance the experience overall, that are so much more important. There are other things that are way more important than ray tracing in 4K. If you're able to give people an image that they do not know the difference, whether it's 4K, 1440p, whatever the case may be, and the gameplay is crisp, the game feels good, there's so much detail in the world. Shout out to Horizon Forbidden West that is seemingly done that adding the detail to the world part pretty well, from what I can tell. Again, I haven't played the game myself. I actually don't have interest to play it because I can't get through the first Horizon, so Zero Dawn. So it's neither here or there. It just kind of tells you that just because your game looks good doesn't mean it's going to entice everybody, because that's not what gaming is all about. You can have all the looks in the world, but if you can't tell a good story, you can't keep your player engaged, if there's just not enough there for you, you're not going to keep your time invested. So ray tracing is cute. I do think that if anybody's going to do it, a racing game, especially a simulation racer, closed track racer, is going to be able to do it, because again, historically, racing games, sports games have been kind of the determining factor for graphical fidelity, right? Oh, this is what you can kind of expect out of these consoles. Oh, you get that's the thing that gets you hype. You show people like, man, look at the way these cars look in these games. Whereas now, that's where Moore's Law has kind of been put into current ecosystem, is that there's not as huge of a difference, but there are the little details, kind of like what Turn 10 is doing, especially with the different points of contact for the tires and everything, that maybe me and you don't think of, but when we go to play the game, it's going to be a noticeable difference in the way the car feels, especially in the vibration, the rumble motors. I know people like those types of things, and actually, racing games are the only games that I keep the vibration on for, because it actually enhances the experience. Now, does it do that in all facets? No, not all the time, but it does typically lead to a more of an enjoyable, more in-depth experience for me. Because I mean, I like racing with it. You know what I mean? I've been doing it for years.
Steele, I found the article.
Okay.
I know this wasn't on our topics list per se, but I do want to get your opinion on it.
Get it.
So it is Games Radar. I was right.
Okay.
And I did find it. And it's by Justin Towell. Nobody contact him. Nobody come after him. Nobody do that, any of that stuff. We don't condone that in any way, shape, or form here. This was posted 3 days ago. Okay. And the title is Forza Motorsport will need to add more personality to its racing if Turn 10 wants to overtake Gran Turismo 7.
Wants to overtake it. Even though Gran Turismo has been selling less than Forza since Forza 2.
Bro, none of that matters, bro. It's GT, bro.
Gotcha.
Look, bro.
Gotcha.
Listen. And then his subtitle is Why I Hope Turn 10 Ditches the Drivatar System for a More Defined AI in Forza Motorsport. All right, I'm going to dive into this, and I want your reaction, Steele. Well, let me point this out just to preface this article. Again, sometimes these journalists think they're smarter than the average bear, and they write these think pieces, okay? And you can tell that they probably haven't.
Tell me you don't play racing games by telling me you don't play racing.
Right. Again, I don't know how much time you put into GT. I haven't put this. I put $0. I don't. Not you, Steele. I'm just talking about this dude here, Justin Towell. This person here. Listen, I don't know how much time you put into GT. Okay, I put in 0 hours, but what I can tell you is we got a brother from another in this community called his name is Fuzzy Belvedere.
Dr. Fuzzy.
This man's already got probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 hours into GT. Okay, he plays Forza the same, right? He has posted videos on Twitter of actual gameplay of the AI in GT. And it's one of his main gripes with GT. Now, he said that I believe he's updated saying some of the patches have helped a little bit, but he was adding polyphony and some of the developers over there saying, fix your AI because this is what they're doing on the track. And it was ridiculous. It was the stupidest stuff you've ever seen, like causing crashes on. I think it was outrageous. Okay. So again, let me just point that out, that there's some people in this community who have been playing GT that have pointed out the AI is not all that. So let's get in this article. It says, we're no longer in the dark as to what Forza Motorsport has to offer after a huge info drop during E3 2022. But what was the one thing that wasn't discussed at all about the state of the art racing game? Yep, I just said it. The racing. Not once did Turn 10's Dan Greenwald or Chris Sasaki mention the actual racing. And that's odd given the series' previous championing of its AI drivers. The Drivatar system was hyped for a decade, purportedly learning gamers' driving styles and synthesizing a virtual representation of themselves to race in their stead when they were offline. The system has never been perfected, with one Drivatar often zooming off ahead of everyone else in many Forza titles unable to be caught. It goes on to say here, but more than that, the disparity between car models during races made Forza Motorsport 6 a very disappointing racing experience on its release. Even if everything around that core concept was dripping with high quality turtle wax. Guy's trying to be a car guy. The racing was way better in Forza Motorsport 7, which is the reason that I gave that game a straight 5 out of 5 at review. And again, he just got them saying they need to catch Gran Turismo 7. But even so, times have changed in 5 years since then. The name of the new game is particularly telling. It's called Forza Motorsport, eschewing nearly 2 decades worth of naming convention to deliver a concept rather than a sequel. But if Turn 10 is aiming to definitively simulate motorsport itself, it's going to have to do a lot more than deliver dynamic time of day transitions, detailed scratch damage, and fuel tire preservation. It's going to need to add personality to its racing. Why? Well, there's a reason why Drive to Survive has been such a massive hit on Netflix. In 2020, it's comparing the game to a show now, okay? Let's just make that clear here. In 2022, motorsport isn't about the cars so much as the people. Not only the drivers, but the team principals, the stewards, and the medical team, and the TV presenters. Each race weekend is now a media event with cameras everywhere, social media blowouts, and votes for driver of the day. If Forza Motorsport truly wants to one up the sublime Gran Turismo 7, it should aim sublime, it's his word. It should aim to leverage this angle too, which will be hard considering the series has always been about the cars. Yep. That's the name of the game. Listen,
where's this article coming from again? One more time?
Games Radar.
Games Radar. So
yeah,
pretty
reputable. Yeah, reputable. They do good work over there. Of course, some games have tried to do this before. Grid Legends incorporates social media feeds that change depending on race results, which is cool, as is the rivalry system, which allows in-race grudges and friendships to be carried between races. Grid Legends even goes so far as to use real actors to portray drivers that have until now only been shown as names above a computer-controlled drone. It's imperfect, but any game that attempts to add personality to your rivals really does stick in the mind, though admittedly not always for the right reasons. Look back through the ages and you'll hear sound bites from games that did this. Get Out of My Way from Destruction Derby on PS1, or Katie Justice shouting, watch it, man, in Dirt 2 are both ingrained into my memory. I'm not suggesting for an instant that Forza Motorsport will use sound bites and have rivals trash talking you, but it does need something to give its races more emotional clout. Maybe an F1 2021 style engineer to talk to you over your headset using voice recognition. That would be ace. In the past, Forza has been criticized by some people for being simcade in that it presents itself as a serious simulation, yet dials down certain elements to make it more arcadey and more appealing to mass market who aren't interested in gear ratios as they are in nice lens flare.
Hold on, Paul.
Yeah.
Forza Motorsport has been known to be more arcadey. You are obviously not playing on simulation.
Bro.
I can tell you that as someone who played everything on simulation until Forza Motorsport 6. I fell off of Motorsport. I was more on the Horizon side of things. And even in Horizon, I was on that train until about Horizon 3 when I saw it just didn't make any sense because it was causing me unnecessary frustration. So, didn't know that there was different levels and difficulties to play on. You didn't know that there were settings that you could adjust to make the experience feel how you wanted the experience to feel. Oh, my fault, Paul. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I
no. It's valid to point that out, Steele. And again, you can talk to anybody in this community who is fans of Forza Horizon, but there's plenty of them out there that say, I love Forza Horizon, but I don't like Motorsport because of the simulation. Right? So there's plenty of people out here who disagree. That I've never heard it called as simcade. I've never heard for Motorsport being considered that. But again, maybe there's people out there that do. Again, we're in a bubble here, but I've just never heard it called a simcade in any way, shape, or form.
Horizon is a simcade.
Yeah, his last. So he goes from saying that, right, that simcade, and then his last sentence of this paragraph is with the new emphasis on simulation. With the new emphasis on simulation, that's been Forza Motorsport from the beginning. With the new emphasis on simulation, with the addition of rubbering in tire management and the new 8-point calculations for each wheel's physics, wouldn't it make sense to have a more serious career mode? Okay, you're talking about two different topics here, okay? Two different things are going on in the same paragraph.
From how simulation is it to
we need a career mode to be a simulation, right? I
agree that the career mode, it definitely does need work. And I do hope that this new Motorsport is going to have that good kind of entry point to keep you enticed, to make you want to do those races and keep it more interesting for you as the player. Sure, I can agree with that.
Right. And so, so then he said, this should be optional, of course. There will always be room for Forza's traditional 5-minute races, hopping from class to class, and even between disciplines every few minutes in order to keep more casual players interested. I get, all right. But what about keeping everyone interested by dropping drivatars and reintroducing named drivers? The original game had them after all. Is it so hard to I'm sorry. Is it so hard to imagine a return to a more defined AI for the reboot? And if so, what about some of the drivers genuinely behaving differently on track, with some competitors dangerously changing directions under braking, or others playing it safe in order to rack up points with the long game in mind? If the pool of names were kept small enough, you could start to learn which driver will react which way in any given situation. Will the guy ahead of you give room, seeing as you squeezed him out in the last race? Or will young upstart always leave it up to you to decide whether or not you have an accident? The AI and racing, this is the last paragraph, and I'll let you go here, Steele. The AI and racing experience is the last side to Forza Motorsport that's being kept under wraps. So I sincerely hope that there's something big yet to be announced. The climate has changed. The technology has improved. And if Microsoft really wants to reclaim the crown from Gran Turismo 7, then this is the area that carries the most untapped potential. Go ahead, Steele.
Okay. Look, I haven't played GT since GT2, GT3. I haven't played GT since it was in a case that had like 4 CDs in it. So maybe I just don't understand how sim or how great the AI is in GT. Maybe that could very well be the case. But I can definitely speak on, there's a huge difference between predetermined AI is exactly how he spoke on it. The reason to why they went the drivatars is so that they would be less predictable. So that they would be based off of people that are on your friends list or are around the world, period. To make it more of a true driving experience, because nobody's going to drive the same. In a simulation racer, why would I want Timmy, who's always in 3rd place, or whatever the case, and I have to know that Timmy he's going to cause a wreck this race. Doesn't that make the game more predictable?
Right? And is that how real racing works? Have you ever watched real racing? Sure, there are more aggressive drivers and safer drivers, but in real racing, it is minute, the difference between those two. We don't have crash up derbies out here because one driver's super aggressive. Okay, that's not how this works. You have an occasional spin out, you have an occasional crash because somebody was being a little bit more aggressive. But the difference between being aggressive and not aggressive in real racing is extremely slim. We're talking about fractions of a second difference between hitting a corner differently than one other person to the next, right? That's real racing, not some dramatic like action movie where some dude's out there ramming people on the track. Okay, that doesn't.
And then like, hey, I go back to traditional AI, like the drivatars learn as the player plays more. The drivatars learn based off of how people are driving overall. There is AI still involved with that. So why would I go back to the way that we're doing it before when it didn't seem like a custom experience to, why would I take my custom experience away out of that now?
I was going to say something. It's Timmy. Why does it always got to be Timmy? It's Timmy is out here. He's like, why does it always got to be Timmy when an example comes to stuff doing with gaming and buying things? You're coming down on It's Timmy.
Brother. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about because you named him Timmy.
Oh, but yeah, man, it's just like, that's literally like when you're talking, like when they mentioned, when the car up front just takes off, you can't catch up with it. Now that is a thing in racing games that I don't understand, but typically that doesn't become a problem unless you're playing on the highest difficulty to where it seems like damn near impossible to catch that car unless you drive perfectly, which in some aspects I understand, in other aspects I don't. So there is a fine line to play with that, because I shouldn't when I tune my car a certain way, the car, whatever car is in front that's AI driven, and this is normal AI and it's been drivatars. There shouldn't be a reason why the car, the random whoever's in front, can get darn near half a lap ahead of everybody else. I agree with that. That doesn't make any sense. But you usually never run into that unless you're playing on a harder difficulty, the way you can't catch up. And most of the time, at least from my previous experience, Now, Horizon has been a little bit different because I still get that in Horizon sometimes. I do play in the harder difficulty. I actually had to tune it down because the person in first place was uncatchable. There was literally nothing that I could do to make the race more enjoyable. But I don't play Forza enough now, consistently enough, I should say, for it to make that big of an impact on my driving and everything. So it could have just been a me thing, but I'm still playing on a difficulty higher than the lowest, and I'm having a better experience because the race does feel overall more balanced. That was the overall point of Drivatars in the first place, to make it feel more balanced. Because like Pong said, or to make the experience feel more alive. Because like Pong said, in real racing, nobody's bumping each other on purpose. Like, sure, there might be the little crazy things that you've seen in movies, like try to fishtail, like bump somebody's.
There's some tap. There's some tapping every once in a while, but nothing dramatic.
But you also get deducted points for doing those things, right? There's people who are paying attention to these things. You have coaches, you have people involved. So like, I can agree with some of those points. Yeah, let's get our coach involved. Let's give more team of experience involved. Like, let's get a real, true racing experience. Like everything about the racing experience, not just the car and the car itself and how well it's driving and everything else. Yeah, let's open it up a little bit more. But everything that he stated in that article is basically, you're telling me that you don't play racing games either at a high level, or you've only played Gran Turismo and you think that experience is better, which is perfectly fine. But say that F1 2022 UK Lab is a good racing experience. I'm not an F1 fan. I don't like those cars. That's just not enticing to me. I like being able to get my Skyline R34, get the RB26, get the base motor in there, slap twin turbos on that bad boy, upgrade them, put the new cams in, put the new exhaust on, put a flywheel in, change the oil, you know what I'm saying? So I get better oil delivery to my, I would rather put the wide body, I want that Liberty Walk kit on my Skyline. That's the type of races that I like more, and then taking that to a professional setting, which Motorsport does. That's what I enjoy out of that more. And the biggest thing that Forza has over any other racing game is that the race-to-race feeling that you get is different every time. You can't predict what the AI is going to do. Sure, they might drive more aggressive this match. This race that you end up doing. I've gotten that in the past from Forza. Well, all of a sudden now all the races are mad aggressive because they've seen that I've gotten first place for the last 10 races, and now they want to run you off the road. Before, when I was playing on simulation racing, that could be annoying because one little bump, which is important that they're moving to a more defined experience as far as more points in the car, more things that are affected. Because one little bump in the past, if I tapped you accidentally with my front end, all of a sudden my motor takes damage, and now I got horsepower that's missing. I'm not going to win the race this way now. I got to start the race over. So there's little things like that. It's just, Vic, you can't put the hand on your face for the Skyline, man. What's going on? You're a super fan. Yeah. See,
yes.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
If you're not a Skyline fan, you're a super fan. If you're not a super
I'm both.
fan, I'm both. I love both. I love both separately because they both have the same level of performance at some. And it all comes down to the driver. Man, did you just bring up Celica? A Celica GT, man? I feel you.
I've driven a couple Celicas, Vic, man. Heck yeah. Give me that GTS, man, with the all-track, baby. Give it to me.
I ain't gonna lie.
All-track back in the day.
I wanted the Celica at one point. I wanted the Celica.
But Shiznell brings up too. He says, and Shiznell's a huge Forza fan as well, obviously. And he says, I will say one thing Forza does need to do is how it penalizes and the lack of a pit system. Absolutely. There are those things that could definitely be improved, Shiznell, for sure. But I agree, Steel. I again, in Doom, I saw your Doom. I saw your comment earlier about, hey, why are we giving this guy attention? It's not even worth it. It is worth a discussion because it's not some rando on Twitter. It is Games Radar. A lot of people do read Games Radar.
They do.
So it is an article that I'm sure a lot of people read for all different reasons, right? Of course, the clowns are going to be out there. Oh, yeah. See, this guy says Gran Turismo's got the crown. Listen, most racing fans, if they sat down and side by side and played both, would agree that Forza is by far the better overall experience. Okay. There are things that Gran Turismo does better.
Yeah.
I've mentioned them before. I like certain aspects of Gran Turismo, always have. But again, once Forza Motorsport hit the scene, coming from a guy who grew up on Gran Turismo and absolutely loved Gran Turismo, once Forza Motorsport showed up and I started playing Forza Motorsport, it was over. It was over already.
Yeah.
It did not take them long because Polyphony, for whatever reason, they have a hard time taking the bar that they once set and raising it. They've been reiterating on it, and they've certainly improved certain aspects of Gran Turismo, but they've never gone to the level that Forza and Turn 10 has done with that experience. Like, they've rested on a lot of laurels, a lot of things that I will praise Gran Turismo for. They just continue to do, which is fine. But the other aspects, when Forza came out, and don't forget, it is a legit fact that during one of the E3s, the Gran Turismo showed up to or I should say, Polyphony developers showed up to a Turn 10 presentation and were taking notes on what they were doing with Forza Motorsport. That is an absolute fact to this day that happened because they understood there were certain things that Turn 10 were doing that they just weren't in their games. And they still have yet to catch up to that point. There's just certain things about Gran Turismo, the feel of the game, while better from the videos that I've seen of Gran Turismo 7. It's better, but it's still not there. The sense of speed in Gran Turismo is off. It's completely wrong. There's a point where you feel like in Gran Turismo, whether you're doing 150 or whether you're doing 60, it's all the damn same. Okay. And I've always had that problem. Whereas in Forza, you know the difference between 150 and 60. Okay. You feel it. You feel that.
Blatant.
Whether you're in third person or whether you're in cockpit view, you can tell the difference.
You can tell when you downshift. You can tell when you've upshifted. The car feels different. Again,
it's the little movement in the car, all that kind of stuff that Forza has. It's the little subtle movement of a car that anybody who is a car person who loves driving and that experience, whether you're driving a POS or whether you're driving a really nice car, you still like that experience of driving. You know the car is not stationary while it's moving down the road, even if you're in a straight line. It's got little subtle movement to it, and it depends on the suspension, depends on how the road is. Forza has always done that, and Gran Turismo has not. That's why so many people feel like when you watch Gran Turismo from the third-person camera view, from that drone view, it feels like the road is moving underneath the car, not the car moving over the top of the road. That's a big difference. Okay, there's a huge difference between those two, and you can see it in Forza just from video, what that difference is. So again, this guy here under the premise that for some reason, Motorsport, even though it's widely considered the king of sim racing, okay, and yes, I know there's an argument on the other side, I get it, but widely considered the king of racing, most people will say that, all of a sudden now needs to become something that it's never been before to catch up to Gran Turismo when Gran Turismo has done nothing to change that game. All they've done is iterate and done small little detail changes here and there.
2K effect.
Yeah, bro, that's not right, man. That's a complete garbage. And so I wanted to bring up the article, and obviously by the chat, it's a great conversation piece. Again, if this was a nobody on Twitter, I dismiss it like I do all the time, right? Whatever. Again, being in its Games Radar, being that it is a website that a lot of people do read articles from, they do have some really good writers and some really good articles. I thought this one stood out as like, dude, what are you talking about here? And the article was all over the place. 1 minute he's talking about the details in the actual driving aspect, and the next thing he's talking about the AI and talking about how we need to have this dramatic AI that is all of a sudden, like you said, Steel, like you're going to have Timmy back there always in last place, crashing everybody because he's always in last place. Like, no, that's not what I want. I don't want to know that. I don't want that type of AI. Yeah, is the AI perfect? No, of course not. But I can't wait to see what turn 10. No, it's never going to be, but I want to see what turn 10 does. But for him to somehow think that Gran Turismo's AI is better than the Drivatar system in Forza, yo, like I said, go watch Fuzzy's videos. No, not in any way, shape, or form is it better. Not in any way, shape, or form. So I just thought it was an interesting article. I'm glad I could find it because I knew I'd get a response out of you, Steele, because obviously even you are more of a Forza guy than me. I'm a racing fan. I play Forza all the time, but even you get a little bit more because you play on the highest difficulties.
Yeah.
You challenge that game and you put it through its paces. Whereas me, I do step back. I mean, I don't play on the lowest level. I usually play a step or two above normal, because I am a driving fan and I do enjoy that competition, but you take it to a whole nother level. So
yeah, no, and it's definitely a good conversation. And like Marwal said in the chat too, Assetto Corsa is king of sim racing, and Assetto Corsa is still, that's also a complete, that's still different. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want that true racing sim experience, yeah, you got games like Assetto Corsa, and then you have your other sim racers like Forza Motorsport and GT that take it to just a different level. It's not as serious. It's not as over the top. It's not, you know what I mean? So there's
different settings in Forza too. You can get that experience.
I mean, yeah, and that is very
that's
true.
The thing that people forget. Yeah, sure.
Maybe a set like that from jump, I think.
Yeah, a set of course is set up like that, whereas Forza gives you a wide range of options. Obviously, again, trying to be more mass appeal, which I agree with the article. They do, of course, but at the same time, if you jump somebody from Forza Horizon to Forza Motorsport, there's going to be a difference out the gate.
There's a huge difference.
Yeah, huge difference. We're not even close. And then if you fiddle with the settings, you can get up to that sim level type experience. Now, do most people do that? No, but it's there and available for you to do. It's just that Assetto Corsa has set out with a different group of people in mind from the jump.
Sim
like
racing. That's it.
Yes, that's it. So, but yeah, I definitely agree. Again, that discussion is open. There's good points to all the different types of racing games, and there's bad points to all the different types of racing games, right? There's stuff that we can point out about every single game that maybe we'd like to see different. But at the end of the day, the overall package, there is, again, very little debate here about whether or not Forza gives you the best overall package when it comes to sim racing. And Turn 10 did that themselves. Again, they are masters at what they do. They are masters at their craft. And this new Forza Motorsport, I can't wait to see what they've done to raise the bar even more outside of what we've already heard about Steel.
Yeah, no, 100%. And Dual Reaper, Dirt hasn't been simulation rally racing since Colin McRae. They haven't had that experience in there since that point. It has never been the same since. This recent Dirt game, I was completely turned off by it. Because I mean, that's the last time. I mean, my last thing that I remember from any of that from that studio is Colin McRae. And if there's nothing at that level, like WRC is the closest thing that's to that. And that's the disconnect for me for Dirt, because it's like I want that experience, but I don't want it arcade style. Like, I don't like the way that they presented it, and I don't think it looks the great either. That's just me personally. Again, I'm not a Dirt fan, so it is what it is. But yeah, I think that was definitely an interesting conversation to have. Yeah, Colin McRae is the GOAT. I think WRC is the continuation. I need to try out WRC. I haven't tried it, but yeah, Colin McRae is the GOAT. But I definitely think that was an interesting conversation to have, because again, motorsport is continuously having conversation, people upplaying it, downplaying it, not knowing. People forever downplay motorsport because, again, it is Microsoft, right? It is somebody coming out. Again, when you have the little brother syndrome, unfortunately, especially when you're newer to the hardware, you got newer IPs, there's other IPs who have been doing something similar or have been doing that same thing for longer. You're going to have people or a fan base that has been built up that are going to say, no, well, these guys did it originally, and that's what I know, that's what I like, that's what I support. I can't support something where the track moves instead of the car. You cannot tell me when you put in Motorsport 7 and you go play Gran Turismo 7 and you do the same track side by side that Motorsport does not give you a better feeling of overall racing. If you tell, like, I could set it up for a random lobby of 100 people, and I can tell you that people are at least 85% of the people are going to say that Motorsport has the better overall experience to them, where it actually feel like you're part of it. And that's the main thing that turns me off of Gran Turismo. How do you look at your, like, it feels like there was literally no work put into your third person camera. Like, yeah, your first person looks great. It's magnificent. It's top of the line. I expect that from you, though. That third person is not it. And I play racing games at third person. I drive first person in real life. Like, I want to be able to see these cars that I create and the vinyls that I create and everything else. That's the whole point. But again, it's all personal preference. It doesn't show live for me. He said, Shargasm says, did someone see my text? It doesn't show live. Well, I don't know what's going on, Shargasm. Oh, I see you say some things that they don't understand, that people don't understand that you can turn the assist off. I don't think a lot of people do, man. Again, some people just don't care to look at the settings or look at the options. It's something I do immediately. First thing, I'm switching. Like, it's to the point for me, if I can't use the stick, if I can't use my right stick to shift gears, like up and down, that's a turn off, because I like to be able to control. I like to be able to control my gears, driving experience. So there's a lot of things that. I definitely think that was a good comment. So I think this is a perfect time to jump right back into our God of War conversation. Kind of been an off and on thing for the last God of War and also Forspoken, right? People have been clamoring for a while. We had a conversation last week about people sending D-pics and unsolicited pictures and telling people,
hey, it worked, Steel. It worked. It's a new way. It worked, man. It worked. See, it worked.
I don't know whether it worked or not. It is definitely convenient that they ended up putting out a date right after all this happened. Now, there was things going on in the world that also had an effect on it. There were some social things that also could have had an effect on that. Again,
there was smoke. They were going to show it off. There was smoke that we were going to get the date. We knew that.
They could have also pushed it back because the date got leaked out, the snitch, whatever. There could have been so many different things that caused this to end up happening. So nobody knows. But it is to be excited for, because we got a date. And instead of the 11/11/22 like we wanted, unfortunately, and again, I don't understand. I'm not gonna lie, that's disappointing to me.
It's close, Steel.
It's close, but it's still disappointing to me, because your competition literally had a date that they set in stone, said was you couldn't remove that date. It's in stone, can't move it. The date got moved. That was the perfect opportunity to be like, hey, at Sony, our dates don't move. And I don't know, did something crazy. Xbox, Sony does what Xbox can't, or something. That would have been such the perfect opportunity to say, look, God of War 11/11/22, we'll have a game for you that day. Don't worry. There could have been so many marketing tools that were placed on that I think would have been absolutely hilarious and would have really worked and would have really amped it up. I don't care if it's Odin Day. I don't care if it's Thor Day. I've seen people having that comment, oh, they did it because it's Odin Day. And no, I don't care about none of that. This is competition, isn't it? I don't care about what day, what special day it is. It's competition. I thought we were in competition with each other. But again, that kind of tells, 2 days off, you can still say whatever. I just think it's another marketing tool that they missed. It just shows me that Sony isn't in that same space anymore, to me at least, where they do that kind of thing. And
but they're in a different space altogether now, Steel, because this does say something else as well, Steel, that the fact that they are all hands on deck to get this game out at the end of the year, when traditionally They could care less about the holiday season. They could care less
True.
about the second half of the year. The fact that they actually even got this game to come out in November is saying something even bigger, I think, overall, that the competition is on. The competition is real. Sony cannot rest on their laurels from the past like they did last generation. They can't simply focus on the first half of the year and let the second half of the year go and then, get ready for the next year. They do understand that now with Game Pass, with what Microsoft and Xbox are doing, they need to stay in the conversation year round, and they have to make sure they have content. So it does speak to something bigger, actually.
So
Me.
So I'll ask this question, and then we'll kind of bounce off each other from here. Then one, do you think they moved Forspoken out? Well, I mean, of course, I think it's more so they needed time. They want to get the game refined. The only thing to do. I mean, it's a gaming thing to do. Like, I feel like that's only right to do that. But do you feel like they more so moved it out so that they would have an additional game to drop going into 2023, just to kind of fill out that calendar year more so, not conflict with one of their bigger known titles, an IP that is more recognizable to people? Or and it's a two-part question, so I'll let you answer it the best way possible. I think you'll have some interesting takes here as being a fan of the thing that people are saying this game is going to be bigger than. Or is God of War going to seemingly, I guess it depends on how you want to address it, is God of War going to seemingly show you why you shouldn't care about Bethesda and ZeniMax? Why God of War is going to sell more copies than any other Bethesda game that has ever existed. It's going to blow up the world. This game, when it releases, it's going to blow up Twitch. Everybody's going to want to watch this game. It's going to sell probably 40 million copies within the first 6 months because so many people are going to be hungry for this game. And it's cross-gen, so you get to get it on PlayStation 4 and the 5. So, everybody's going to go out and buy this game day one because so many people are investing in God of War. And it is the best thing since sliced bread, Pong. Since you were able to put butter on toast, Pong, God of War has been that thing for you. What do you think about that conversation, man? Is God of War that kind of thing for you? Do you think it has that potential? And is it more recognizable than a Skyrim, than any Bethesda title that you could possibly imagine?
More recognizable? No, of course not.
And do you feel that they're doing God of War justice? I mean, I know you kind of dove into it a little bit there, as far as Sony releasing something that they don't traditionally do, something within the holiday time. Or do you just think this is more of a marketing thing, a marketing strategy for them? Because I personally think the game probably could have been ready. Again, they proved me wrong. I thought the game was going to be, the only reason I thought the game was going to be delayed anymore is if they were able to get it released on PC same day or shortly after. I still think it's probably going to be about 6 months out. I wouldn't be surprised by June, July of 2023. We don't hear something about a God of War Ragnarok. You're saying even earlier about a God of War Ragnarok coming to PC, because again, harder not to look at Ragnarok and say, okay, well, they use a lot of the same assets to create this next iteration of the game. So I don't see it being too difficult to bring this version of the game over. Kind of like what they're doing with Miles Morales, right? Although there has been a little bit more time there. What do you think about this whole thing? What's going on? What are your feelings on it? I think you might have muted yourself.
I did mute myself again. I do that all the time. Listen, as far as the Bethesda stuff goes, look, these are the ridiculous conversations that this community just seems to love. Like I said, I've been on a muting spree over the past 3, 4, 5 months now. So like, I'm not seeing any of this nonsense anymore. Like I don't care. Say that I'm in a bubble. I don't give a shit. I don't want it on my timeline. I think it's worthless. Again, why are we going to compare two completely different styles of game to each other in any way, shape, or form? Two completely different dev teams that do not do anything close to one another in how they handle games or how they go about producing games. Listen, there is a huge fan base for God of War. God of War is one of the biggest IPs out there going, right? They did a masterful job of reinventing God of War coming from the Jaffe days, right? They did a wonderful job bringing it up to date. We talked about this in the pre-show, about what the difference is and how they've matured the game and how they took it in a whole new direction, took Kratos in a whole new direction, all that stuff, right? And it turned out that it was worked. It was a working formula. They obviously made it even bigger than it was before. And so shout out to them. Sony Santa Monica does a freaking amazing job over there. And Barlog, even though he's not heading up this game per se, he's working on something different. He's still the face of God of War right now. He's been back on Twitter hyping this up. He himself is out here putting his name out there, stating that this is going to be one hell of an experience. Again, I'm paraphrasing his tweets, but he's been saying that. Somebody put up a picture of Kratos fighting Odin, I believe it was, and said this battle is going to change how we think about gaming, or something crazy like that, something very dramatic like that. A fan of God of War, obviously. And Corey retweeted it, quote tweeted it, and said one of many, meaning that with eyeball emojis, meaning there's going to be more memorable battles in this game, according to him. And I do believe that this game outgrew the DLC moniker. I do believe this game is going to be more of a standalone experience than Miles Morales and Spider-Man ever was. I think that whatever this team has done, and again, I've said from the get-go that it's been all hands on deck. I believe they pulled people from other teams to work on this. I think this thing grew into its own game. Even though that was the plan from the beginning, and a lot of people like to use the DLC to downplay it. No. I think that once this full game is released, I think Ragnarok is going to stand on its own. I don't think that DLC moniker is going to hold up once the game's in everybody's hands. I think that this is going to be a fleshed out, really big experience like God of War 2018 was on its own. And so I think that from that standpoint, Steel, this is going to draw massive attention. Benji Sales, shout out to Benji Sales, great member of this community. He loves diving into the social media stats after a game announcement of how many views something gets, how many, what are people talking about. Listen, this thing got over 1 million likes within the first 48 hours. Yeah. Okay. It's huge. It's gigantic. It's going to sell well. Do I think it's going to sell 40 million copies in a few months? No, of course not. It's not going to have that. Do I think it could potentially be one of the biggest sellers, if not the biggest seller? Could it surpass Spider-Man at some point in its lifespan? Yeah, I think it potentially could.
So let's bring it down to earth a little bit more. How about, because this was the other thing that I was hearing, that God of War is going to do better than Elden Ring.
Right. No, again, eventually long-term sales, could it be right there with it? Sure. Is it going to be a big difference? No, but I don't think so overall. But now that Sony has embraced PC, and that I do believe it's going to launch on PC sooner than later, as Sony starts to capitalize on that market more and more with their big franchises. Yeah. Do I think it has the potential for that? Sure. Are people still going to be playing God of War 10 years? Are we going to have a God of War 10-year anniversary like we did with Skyrim? No, different type of game. Totally different type of game, right? Again, call them one and dones. The story narrative driven games, whatever you want to say, do they have the lasting legs, a marathon type leg that an Elden Ring type franchise does? No, because it's a completely different experience. Every time you jump into Skyrim, if you create a new character, you can have an experience that you never had before, even if you put hundreds or 1,000 hours into a previous
character.
By
the way, Pong, they just dropped the mod for full co-op experience for Skyrim now.
Yes, I saw that coming, bro. I saw that. Shout out to the PC modding community, man, and the Bethesda modders, bro. There's some geniuses, and Bethesda hires a lot of them. That's crazy that they're introducing a co-op mod for. Bro, that's a whole new experience. So no, I don't think God of War, whatever the story is in Ragnarok, is going to be the story from day 1 to day 10. Whereas Skyrim, Elden Rings, Fallout, you create so many of your own stories throughout the game because that's the sandbox that Bethesda provides. God of War is not a sandbox game. Okay, it's not. It's just purely not. So the lasting impact of a God of War, sure, is it going to be remembered if it's great? Of course it will. But is it going to have the same potential that an Elden Ring does? franchise or a Fallout franchise or any of the Bethesda titles do? No, it doesn't. It doesn't have that same potential. But at the end of the day, does that lessen it? No, not in my eyes, not as a gamer, not as somebody who enjoys all different types of experiences. It doesn't. I've got some indie titles that are more memorable than AAA titles, out there. So that doesn't make the difference. That's why I think the comparisons are stupid. Again, that's fanboy shit. That's just, oh, we got better stuff than you got. Look, it's completely different. And again, I'm not going to downplay God of War in any way, shape, or form. It's one of the biggest franchises going. Sony Santa Monica did an amazing job reinventing that franchise. They deserve all the awards, they deserve all the laurels that they get, even if the game to me isn't that big a deal. Even if the game for me is like, hey, no, it seems like a really cool game. But like I said, did it stop me from selling my PS4, getting ready for current gen? No, it didn't stop me from doing that. I didn't have to keep playing that game. Will I go back to it when I get a PS5? Will I go back to 2018 and then play Ragnarok? Yeah, I will. Because I think they're worthwhile. I like Kratos. Even if I don't necessarily agree with the direction, I like the old animalistic, revengeful, nasty, straight up type dude that Kratos used to be in Jaffe's games, but I could still appreciate what they tried to do here, and I'm going to play through them. So no, Steel, I think this is a huge monumental moment for Sony. It's a great way to end the year. I do think that they did 100%. Want to get this game out for business purposes. I do think that, Forspoken moving. Yes.
Think so? Absolutely. For business purposes. Do you think they were crunched to get this game out there at the end of this year, though, Pong?
Yeah, I do. I do. I believe they did. How much again? But see, I don't care about crunch. Crunch to me is overtime, so I don't give a shit.
So
right?
do you agree with Forsaken, whatever her name is?
Forspoken.
The chick. The chick from G4 that came out and said she really feels like Frost, whatever Frisk or whatever her name is.
Frosk, whatever it is. Frosk.
She came out and basically said that they basically saying that they crunched the game to get it out. She felt like that.
She hoped that they didn't happen. She was kind of planting that seed, and right. Corey came out and responded to her and said, "We made the best decision for our team, for the game, for the fans, blah blah blah." So he kind of answered that. But do I think they put extra time in? Do I think all hands were on deck? Yeah, absolutely. I do. That's normal though. That's normal. But I think that again, the bigger picture here, different conversation. But the bigger picture here is, I think that from the beginning, that's why I was on the 2022. Right? It's Timmy. I was going to respond to you, but I'm in the middle of talking. Yes, we will figure out some time, and we'll try to see if we can match up schedules and get something done with that, brother, for sure. Absolutely, man. I wasn't ignoring you. I was going to respond, but I was doing conversation here. We're in the middle of the podcast. It's Timmy. No, we'll figure that out. But I think that this was vital for Sony to bookend the year. Again, we could have the debate whether or not Forza Horizon, God, we were just talking about that. Horizon Forbidden West hit the way that it should have. Again, it ran into a train in Elden Ring, which nobody was expecting. It had its own issues. Was it up to the normal polish that we've come to expect from Sony first party? Nope, it was not. And the defenders out there will, say, "Oh, it was." No, it was not. It had a lot of problems out the gate. They've done a ton of patching on that game, but I think it was important for them to have Horizon and then to bookend it with God of War to make sure that they were in the news cycle constantly still, because I think that Sony does realize, again, last year we saw what happened when Sony disappeared for the most part for the second half of last year. And Microsoft had game after game and Game Pass announcements almost on a weekly basis at some point. They were lost. They did not get that news, that talk going on about PlayStation. It was constantly a talk about what Xbox was doing. And Xbox carried that momentum all the way through the beginning of the year with the Activision Blizzard announcement. And I think Sony realized at that point, well, they probably realized before, but I think they really got crystallized for them that, hey, we need to stay relevant year round from here on out. We've got to have something. It doesn't always have to be a God of War, but if we've got a God of War in the bag, we got to do everything possible to make sure to get that thing out second half of the year. We've got to stay in people's minds because this is now a competition, a real competition. Last generation, we could do whatever we basically wanted to because of the missteps, and then obviously Xbox was in the transition period of switching over to Game Pass, brand new business model, really refocusing themselves once Phil took over. So Sony had the run of the mill, right? They could do whatever they wanted to, and they didn't have to worry about that stuff. But now, and we could talk about whether or not, everybody's got as many consoles out there as they'd want to. Of course not. The chip shortage was real. Of course, there's been a lot of problems here, but Sony understands that this isn't going to be a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 generation that they're outselling Xbox in any part of the world. Right. Well, I mean, Japan probably still will be kind of that difference, but the fact that Xbox is showing up and even having a couple weeks in a row of beating you in Japan, bro, that means the game has changed. Okay. And things need to be different for Sony this time around. So I think that was the biggest takeaway I got from this, but I'm happy. I'm happy for all the fans out there. I'm happy for all the PlayStation people on both 5 and 4 that are going to have a big AAA title to come the second half of this year. One of the biggest ones that Sony has in God of War. It's fantastic. I can't wait to see what people think of it. Can't wait to see what the story beats are going to be like, what the gameplay is, because I'll watch it. I don't get spoiled. I'll go back and play when I get to play PS5, but I'll watch it and I'll watch people play it because I want to see where the story goes. I want to see what they do with Kratos. Can't wait to see the introduction of Thor, their version of Thor, right? I can't wait to see all of that. So yeah, man, I'm excited for this. This is great. This is great for Sony and great for everybody. Great for gamers overall that do have access to it for sure. It's an awesome game.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, the little bit of hype for it definitely has me interested. It's not one of those. Personally, I don't ever have experiences where I'm like, oh, I'm missing out. I really don't. I can care less when it comes to those types of things. If I don't have genuine interest in something, it's one of those things where it's like, I'll get to it when I get to it, which has kind of been my whole attitude with God of War thus far. What does have me enticed is people actually having conversation now about the game, which is something that I've always been seeking for, whether it be PlayStation, Nintendo, whatever the case may be, where people are actually having full-on conversation about the games that are in that ecosystem, about the stories that are within that ecosystem, to give people who are like me, who need a particular reason to get invested or want particular reasons to be invested, that you give me something that's enticing, like telling me that, oh, well, from this they've introduced time travel from the first God of War from 2018. Now they've introduced some form of time travel that we got questions about, or there's a possibility that we got Kratos could be going to Egypt. Is Kratos going to die this game? How are they going to continue God of War from this point forward? Are we going to get Anubis involved? Are we going to get Horus involved? Are we going to get who's going to save who? Like, what is going to end up happening? What direction can we take? And me, who is a fan of the Egyptian mythology more so than anything else, that is extremely enticing to me. So that definitely gets that bug in me. It was like, all right, well, let me really give it a try now. And then kind of like what I teased behind the scenes is the other thing too, is that I've seen that there's a Master Chief mod now for Kratos that I could use. And so, I put a little teaser out there. What if I become the Chief of War? And how would that go? And then the kind of fire that we could spark from there. I was like, hey, not only did Halo get more DLC with Chief of War, but I actually enjoyed the game now. I think that'll be super funny if I ended up doing that. But yeah, it's good to see that Sony is kind of doubling down on letting people know that they are serious, that they want to provide some level of competition, especially for the holidays, because those are the times where it really matters, right? Gone the days where Xbox is leading the charge on the second half of the year or whatever the case. Well, here recently, the third last of the year, the third part of the year, honestly, because from it doesn't really start until after August. But now Sony's throwing themselves in the hat. It is kind of unfortunate to me, Forspoken being the game that I do have more interest for than God of War personally. Just because, of course, the antagonist, but also because the overall gameplay it's more enticing to me. But there are some things that are questionable for Forspoken, which is probably why they have delayed it. Again, as far as do I think they've run into any issues or anything like that? No, I think they've run into a thing to where if you're able to polish the game more, then why wouldn't you do it, right? And let's see how it ends up working out, because if 2023 ends up being the type of year that we're expecting, not only from Xbox, but depending on how PlayStation plays it, is Spider-Man 2 going to release next year? Or is Spider-Man 2 not going to be released till 2024? I don't think Spider-Man 2 is releasing next year. Personally, I don't think so. I think Spider-Man on PC will be out for at least a year before they announce Spider-Man 2, or it's ready to come out.
I think it's ready next year.
I don't think it's going. I mean, if it's ready,
it's cross-gen. It's cross-gen still.
So it's God of War.
I know, but I think it's gonna be. I know, but I think they've been. But again, Insomniac, like, take it to a whole nother level as far as getting games out, right? We already know that. They've proven that time and time again. So if they don't have to go reinvent the wheel with Spider-Man 2, because they keep it cross-gen, again, it hasn't been confirmed that it's going to be cross-gen, but I believe that Sony's going to continue with that, and I think Spider-Man 2 will be that game as well. They won't have to reinvent the wheel this time around, just like Miles Morales, and I think that they have had plenty of time. By holiday next year, I think Spider-Man 2 might be ready. That's my point. Again,
I mean, that could very well be the true. Again, it would be definitely interesting to see at like a TGA or something like that, if that's where they put that announcement. That would be the perfect point. Not only do you lead off into the holiday with a God of War, for an example, but then you also follow it up, getting ready to get ramped into the next year, going into December, where you're building on more hype, letting the people know that, hey, here's some Spider-Man 2 gameplay. We're not maybe gameplay, more of some story beats, something to get the people excited for it. Because right now, I don't personally see it. If they get it out in 23, great. To get it out in 24, I think it's going to do the game more. I think it would do it more justice. But right now, I mean, again, it's God of War. We're getting the date that it was given is actually opening up more questions for me, because now I want to see what else is going on. The game that we talked about before, is that when they talk a little bit more about Project Eve, because that's another game that hasn't seemingly been talked about, but is going to be another one that PlayStation could build some more recognition off of, even though I do believe that's coming to. No, I think that's PlayStation and PC. I don't think it's coming out on anything else. From what I can remember, and correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that could be something else that they end up teasing with, because that was another good looking graphical game. So I don't know. Sizzle says they didn't reinvent the wheel in 2018 either. No, I mean, but they definitely built the game from the ground up. I mean, the biggest thing that Spider-Man was missing, from what I can remember, and I do know that the technology is holding it back, is the city doesn't feel alive. And if I feel it's if it is a cross-gen title, then again, you're going to create a city that's not going to be alive, unless you can get FSR or whatever else implemented into your games, which I don't think is something that's readily, even though it is more of a software tool that you can implement. I don't know if that's something that Sony could use, or if that's something that they're planning to use, whatever the case, to be able to do those types of things. Because that's the one thing that Spider-Man is missing, is that, sure, the gameplay is great. The moment gameplay is fantastic. Swinging through the city is the best it's ever felt, but it feels dead. It's not the promise that we were given when the game was showed off originally. Like, I know people are upset about Puddlegate. What about Citygate? Like, or I don't know, like whatever I need to call it, because I mean, that's the other great thing about Spider-Man, from what I remember it back in the days, it's those intense moments, making those choices, preventing from people getting hurt. Is there going to be actual, if I let this helicopter fall on the ground and it hurts people, what impact does that have on the story?
But people are going to say that's not necessary still, because they've got the formula down, right? And everybody's happy with it, right? So they're just going to say that doesn't need to happen, right? And I get what you're saying. Obviously, I understand what you're saying. Again, eventually, Insomniac's going to have to, keep taking it up another level, add new mechanics, try to freshen up Spider-Man. But right now, for Spider-Man 2, They're not going to need to do that, bro. They're just going to need to introduce new villains, have a decent storyline with it, like they always do.
Look,
Maybe
man,
maybe introduce a little
I
bit
don't know.
different combat to it,
Maybe.
but at the same time, they're not going to have to do much as far as the city because nobody cares. Everybody's just too busy swinging, beating people up, and having a good time, and they're all in love with it. So they're not going to change that drastic right now with Spider-Man 2. I don't think.
I mean,
So
we'll see when the game comes to PC. We'll see what kind of changes can be made. What the potential really is. I mean, again,
yeah,
that's one way to kind of gauge it. So I'm definitely going to be excited for that. Again, we get Spider-Man next month on PC. That's going to be a great time, and I'll be able to go through it again and get another opinion on it and actually play the full breadth of Spider-Man, including all the DLC and everything. Because again, I was only able to play. I beat the game in the hardest difficulty, but I wasn't able to play any of the DLC that dropped for it. So I think that's going to be interesting. But I think the Forspoken delay was definitely was perfect. If you need to delay it, nothing wrong with that. I mean, there is definitely a conversation to be had. I know crunch is a thing, and something that we've spoken multiple times here on. There is something to be said about the amount of money that is spent on these games, and at some point, when is the amount of money that you spend on the game and the time going to end up conflicting with each other? Where you have to get the game out, right? You can't just be given time, right? You can't just forever in the day be given time to work on a game. At some point, and I think this is why the conversation about management is such a big conversation with Microsoft, is because literally at some point, when do you say we need to get this game out? And I don't think Forspoken is in that kind of situation. So if they need to polish it some more, I can see why that would need to be done, because it looked rough around the edges the last time we seen it. And I don't want that game to get those kind of negative remarks, personally, because I am excited for it, and I do want it to be seen in its best.
they had to get out of the way of God of War. I mean, there
that
was
too.
no point. There was no point in releasing that on time. It was that would have been instant death had they tried to release it, especially with the response it has gotten. I don't, again, I'm still excited for Forspoken. I know you are, Steel, but I think that it's definitely not even a 50-50 split. I would say that more people are meh on that game right
Yeah,
now.
I've seen.
So to get it out of the way, give the developer some more time, polish it up. Perfect way to start out the year for Sony. Even though it's not first party, it is console exclusive. It
Yeah.
is a time exclusive, so it does count for them. And it'll be a great way to start out the year after everybody gets done with God of War. And they'll have something there for PlayStation 5 players, obviously. And I think that's a good thing. I think it was the right move to make at this point with that game. So I can't wait to see, though. I can't wait to see how it finally plays out, and if people get their hands on it and think differently of it, because I know some people are still down on the character and the right. That's the one thing that stood out to me and you, Steel. We were both excited about the main character, and some of the dialogue, that modern dialogue mixed in, that she's back in time in some medieval time, and I thought it was a great kind of.
Yeah.
It was. It was
I
different.
liked it.
It's been done before, but I didn't mind. I thought she did a great job, and I saw some people out here saying they need to get a new actress. I was like, what? No, she's
Fine.
yeah, it sounded phenomenal. I don't know. So, but yeah, no, Forspoken is a good spot now. Perfect to start off the year, like I said. So I think it's great.
Yeah, 100%. Um, last, I think one of the last things, unless there's something else that you would like to jump into, I did want to make a quick remark. We were hearing some things about the Division, and come to find out, there's a Division mobile game coming. Shout out to you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Want to play the Division on your mobile phone? That's coming. Be ready for it.
Yeah.
The only other thing is going to be that I kind of wanted to roll into a little bit here. We can just talk about it a little bit. There's not a whole, I don't know if there's a big conversation to be had, but E3 is coming back.
Mm-hmm.
It was announced, and apparently they're planning on bringing it back in more of a pack style, to where it is more open, to where the people that are coming to the event can have a more enjoyable experience of it than from the past. I think that if they're going to bring it back, that is definitely a step in the right direction. Now the biggest thing is if they're still going to hit these companies over the head for as how much they're going to charge them to be in these spaces, I still think they're going to throw themselves out there to die. And it kind of makes it less convenient to do it because the whole point of E3 was for the different brands to come together to say, hey, here's our wares. This is what you need to be excited for the next 6 months. And or what you can get excited for the next however long, maybe even drop a new trailer. I mean, that's how we got Cyberpunk, right? That first trailer for Cyberpunk was dropped at E3, if I can remember correctly. And then, 7 years later, we finally got the game. Almost a decade later, we finally got
almost
the game.
8.
Yeah, almost a decade later. So it does open it up for an opportunity because it does open it up for an opportunity to at least open up more competition for like Jeff Keighley and other people that want to come into that space and host those types of shows. I just don't know if they're going to be doing it this is kind of the thing that I'm wary about. If they're going to do it at such a level to where it's going to make more sense, where there is going to be more convenient for people that are coming out to get the experience of quote unquote E3. If it's going to be more fan friendly, I do still think that E3 should have some form of a level to where, hey, the E3 event's going to last for a week. First 3 days is going to be nothing but, the true reporters and the industry people to get in so they can have their segment kind of how it used to be back in the day before it became more community involved. And then the last half of it, so you'll say a Monday through Wednesday, it's all business straight to, that's where you get the news from the main outlets and whatever the case. And then the last 4 days, so that Thursday that Thursday through Sunday, boom, now you're really getting that. So like an Xbox show, the PlayStation show, a Nintendo show, you got everybody that's there live, and there's auditoriums that are full, and everybody's excited, and everybody's up in arms, and people are winning Xboxes and winning games and T-shirts, and it's a complete fan event. I think that would be like an amazing experience to have with that, and if they're going to move it more that direction, I think that would be a great place to take it. Are you excited at all about E3 possibly coming back, or does E3 need to more so just kind of catch up with the times, change its methods, to make it more kind of consumer friendly? Or do you kind of agree with me where it's like maybe they should do kind of like a half and half kind of thing where you throw it back to how it used to be, where it seemed like it meant a little more, and then on the back half you get the community more involved? Like what do you think? What should happen with it? Because there are shows out there now that have seemingly done it better. Summer Games Fest, arguably say that it could be a little bit going along those ways, though I do feel like it is missing some of that E3. What do you think?
No, the biggest thing about this deal, the biggest thing about the announcement of E3 coming back was not just E3 coming back, which is, got a lot of people hyped, but it's that ReedPop. They're partnering with ReedPop.
There we go.
And ReedPop is the company that's responsible for PAX. It's responsible for Star Wars Celebration. It's also responsible for New York Comic Con, and many others. That's the biggest part of this announcement, Steel. That's the part that's got me excited, because I think that and again, this is just a theory on my side of things, right? Of why E3 was dying off. I think companies, along with the exorbitant prices that they were charging for companies to become a part of E3, I think that companies had lost faith in the ESA, and the board and their direction of E3. I don't think it was organized well. We heard the last E3 in 2019, Steel, we heard the journalists complaining about the disorganization, that their spot in E3 kind of had been lost in the shuffle, right? That they had turned into such a fan fest that the journalists weren't getting the access and getting all the tools necessary to do their jobs, which was a giant part of E3, because not everybody can go to LA. And that's why E3 back in the day was not, it was not open to fans at all. It was all journalists, right? It was all media. And so I think there's a lot of people overall in general just felt that the ESA did not know what they were doing anymore. And that on top of that, charging exorbitant prices to become part of something that was no longer had the mystique that E3 once had, that it no longer was as important in the digital age to be a part of E3. So I think ReedPop bringing their experience, because again, had you probably heard of ReedPop prior to this announcement? No, I know I didn't know. I had no idea who ReedPop was. Maybe some people out there did who were deep diving some of this stuff. But to hear that the organizers of PAX, which PAX has been growing, E3's been dying, PAX has been getting bigger every year. Star Wars Celebration has become this huge monumental thing where everybody from media to fans have said it's a great experience. And anybody who's in comics knows that New York Comic Con has been established for decades now as the place to be, right? And that's all due to ReedPop. So if ReedPop can come in and they can get this thing organized, they can go ahead and bring that same energy that they bring to all these other places and get the word out to all these other companies saying, look, we are reinventing E3 at this point. We are taking over. We want this to once again be the mecca of gaming, of the gaming experience, of the gaming world come the summertime. And if they can convince the companies, I think there's a chance, Steel, at least for the short term. I think that they can do that. And I think that they can bring back that old nostalgic feel of E3. And I think they could convince some of the big publishers now that we are coming again. I know the pandemic's still going on. Everybody likes to say, hey, we're not done with this, blah, blah, blah. Look, for big parts of the world, everybody's kind of going back to normal again, right? So that's going to be a big giant shift for a lot of people. Whether or not you think it's over with, whether or not you think that things are right, whatever, it doesn't matter. Most of the population is kind of moving forward from the pandemic. So, and that includes the companies themselves. So they have a chance to get the EAs back, to get the Ubisofts back, right? If they cut down on the fees involved, if they reorganize so that everybody says, wow, okay, ReedPop's got control of this. The journalists start seeing this and saying, ReedPop starts laying out what the lay of the land is going to be like for the journalists and saying, nope, we're going to have your spot. This is how we're going to play this out. Like you said, Steel, maybe they do have a media day only, and then open it up to the rest of the fans, whatever they decide to do there. However they organize, if they can just show they've got total control and they get it. And obviously, again, they don't need to prove themselves. They've proven themselves already through all these other places. So when people that are in the know hear ReedPop, they're going to be like, whoa, okay, all right, E3 might be coming back here. Bring back those companies. Maybe they can even convince a Sony or a Nintendo. Maybe not to the level that the old days were, Steel. Maybe it won't be like, you got the gigantic Xbox, floor. Then you got the Sony floor right across the way, and you got Nintendo's floor. Maybe they don't get to that point again. We know Xbox is in. We know Phil's on the board of the ESA. He's a big proponent of E3, right? So we know Xbox is going to have their presence. But maybe they convince Sony and even Nintendo to have some type of presence there. Like, hey, listen, maybe you don't want to go all out. We get it. Maybe you guys are going to go do your own things. You guys got your own shows that you do now digitally. That's cool. But we're going to make it worth your while to at least have a presence at E3 again. That would be simply fantastic, right? And I think that out of all the things they could have done, right, out of all the things, again, E3 coming back would have been hyped for the fans. A lot of fans would want to get down there. I know you and I both would love to get down there at some point and meet up and meet everybody else. Even though that hype would have been there, I don't think that there could have been a better proposition than to hand it over to a company like ReedPop, who has the established experience that has grown these other types of shows into something very special, to say, hey, take this over, take the reins, bring back E3. And I think that that could be the road forward. Again, long term, does this with the digital age, with the ability of these companies to do things themselves and put on shows and do all this kind of stuff, does E3 still carry that weight 5 years from now? I don't know. That's up for debate. But I think ReedPop, and I said this last night on Xbox Ultimate, we were talking about this too. My idea still is, now that the entertainment world is crossing over, and kind of becoming this one big ecosystem at this point where, you know, IPs are now games, there's their books, their movies, their TV shows, and we're seeing all this crossover and all this kind of stuff. What if Reed Pop takes it to the next level? And Fuzzy brought up a great idea too. Move it from LA, because the convention center, the LA Convention Center, probably isn't big enough to do this. What if Reed Pop transforms and just makes E3 not just the electronic expo, right? But the entertainment expo, and makes it the mecca for summertime, for movies, for TV shows, for books, for, you know, for gaming, for all of it, right? Including, you know, all of your accessories and all that kind of stuff. And they make it a mecca. And Fuzzy said, move it to Las Vegas. And you make it the mecca where everybody wants to show off what's happening over the next 6 months, 12 months in their field. And they have like a whole comic section, and they have a whole gaming section, and they have a whole movies and TV section, and they bring everybody together to mingle. I think that would be freaking dope if they could pull that off. And that was just my idea, my crazy wild idea to throw it out there. But I think Repop has the experience, they have the know-all. I think they can convince these companies that E3 is still important. I think that they can convince E3 and the journalists, especially, that if they can get them on board to have a good organized system where the reporters can get those exclusive interviews with some of the big publishers, with some of the big devs, get those moments where they can show those out, you know, live on digital, on the internet, and get all eyes on E3. I mean, again, that already happens, but if they can get it back to where everybody in the world that's a gaming fan knows, hey, we can tune in for this week of June and get all the latest news right out of this one spot, I think then that will go a long ways to bringing back E3 to where it was. So I think there's a chance here, Steele. I like it. I'm happy.
Yeah, no, I am too, 100%. So definitely exciting news to see. I think the last thing too, I know that whole Nacon event ended up happening. I didn't get to check that out at all.
Oh, bro.
I did see the trailer for RoboCop. That was definitely interesting.
Great show.
Don't know how I feel about RoboCop. It's definitely something that sticks out to me, and it's something that I remember. And I think it's more so one of those generational things. I don't personally have enough care for RoboCop to play as RoboCop. That doesn't seem enticing to me. I like the movies back in the day for what they were.
Who are you?
But that's just me personally.
Who are you? Who are you? I can't be on a show with you anymore. That's it. It's over.
That's the main takeaway that I took from it. There are some other key points on that one. I know you got to check out the Nacon, the Nacon show.
Yeah, amazing show.
What were some of your key highlights, if you don't mind?
Oh, amazing show, man. Again, Mav and I talked about this on Thursday night. Listen, had this show happened during E3, not E3, this would have probably been up in the top 3 shows. This show came out of nowhere. Again, you hear Nacon, like, okay, what are they going to give us? Like, they gave us a list of games. I was like, oh, that's cool. But man, they came to play, and they've got a ton of stuff in the works still. So RoboCop, RoboCop was freaking amazing. For all of us RoboCop fans out there, man, listen, this is a dream come true. Is it a AAA current gen, knock your socks off, UE5 type presentation? No, but it fits right in line with the movies. The movie from the 80s, that B movie, that gore fest action. It was considered one of the most violent films at the time. In fact, somebody went through back in the day and counted how many times the F word was said, and it had the most F words out of any movie at one point. I'm sure it's been surpassed by now. But again, that's what this movie was. It was just over the top, campy, violence, just raw action. And that's why RoboCop to this day is so beloved by a lot of us who grew up on it. Okay. It was probably one of the first R-rated movies for a lot of kids back in the day, my generation. It was probably one of the first R-rated movies they ever saw. The movie had to cut out things, Steele. They were going to get the NC-17 rating, which then was the death for movies because theaters would not pick it up. So they had to cut out a bunch of stuff just to get it to be an R-rated movie. So it was that borderline, oh my God, we're going to see RoboCop. Like our dads took us there. Like that was it. Like that was the movie to go see. So RoboCop, what they showed blew me out of the water because this had been announced. People forgot this had been announced. And I remember when it was announced, but we didn't know what it was going to be. When they showed that it was going to be first person, when they showed that they brought back Peter Weller, the original actor of RoboCop, put his face in the game, put his voice in the game to do the voice acting. And then they show off some of the clips of some of the NPCs acting, which is straight from the movie with the campy one-liners, with the stupid stuff. Look, and then they go first person view, and you've got the visor UI straight from the 80s movie. They showed the gun coming out of his leg. Oh my God, man. This is totally up my alley. I cannot wait. And it's coming out June of next year. 2023 is getting even more. Another great showing from Steel Rising, not Steel Rain, but Steel Rising, the new game from Spiders, one of my favorite AA developers out there. They showed off a brand new gameplay trailer for that game. That's the one that's kind of set in, I want to say, 13th, 14th, 15th century France, but it's got a modern day twist to it. So it's got, robotics and that kind of stuff. And you're playing as a marionette who's kind of AI marionette, but you're kind of alive. You're kind of self-aware and you're part of a revolution. Looks fantastic. Gameplay is looking outrageous. They showed off some of the skill trees. It's got more RPG to it than I thought it would, which is awesome. So Steel Rising was there. What else we got? More PC games coming to console. Steel PC games that never would have come to console last generation are coming. We get Crown Wars, The Black Prince from Artifact Studio, squad-based tactical RPG coming to console and PC next year as well. Looking awesome. What else we get? We got an update on Blood Bowl 3. I know there's fans of Blood Bowl 3 out there. We got a new psychological horror game and Ad Infinitum from Hecate or Hexate, whatever that is. That's coming out April 2023. So the horror fans are getting even more stuff.
Yeah.
We got a restaurant simulation coming out in Chef Life. We got what else did we get? We got a world premiere of the new Gollum trailer. So Gollum, for anybody who doesn't remember, listen, I know there's a lot of look, I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Okay. I'm not interested in this game, but I do know there's a lot in this community who do like this game. This is going to be a stealth action title. Now, they announced Gollum a couple years ago, at least. They showed it off. Everybody was like, meh. They went back and rehauled all the graphics on this. So this game looks completely different than when they first showed. I'm not sold on how Gollum looks, but I will say some of the environments they showed drastic improvement in color variation, all different types of animations with the stealth action, which was good. The movement looks much better than it did in the first showing. They showed that Gandalf is in this game, which is a huge win for me, again, even though I'm still not interested in it because I don't want to play as Gollum. It's just not one of the characters that I ever thought I would want to play. And at seeing this, I'm like, nah, it doesn't do anything for me. But they showed off Gandalf's going to be in it. They showed off the ring wraiths are going to be in it. So this is going to be a full-bodied Lord of the Ring experience for sure. So Gollum was shown, and I know a lot of people are excited. That's why I brought it up. Got this crazy game called Paradise Project. Paradise spelt with a Z, so it's a zombie game coming out of Echo Software. That's an isometric kind of top-down view action survival game where you can take control of the zombies. So you're going to actually be able to control the zombies in this one through different methods, which look kind of weird and interesting. Hell Is Us. That's that weird one, Steel. I don't know if you saw that one, but Hell Is Us got shown off. Hell Is Us was that one. Very hard to describe. They use grayscale a lot, and they put red in to highlight different things. And we didn't know much about the game, but it's got a melee combat heavy game, and it's got some Devil May Cry to it. It's got, it's very interesting concept. Go check out Hell Is Us. They are putting a focus on exploration and discovery along with the melee combat. That's one of their focuses. So that looked awesome. Again, Session Skate Sim, which a lot of people are excited for, all you skating fans out there. Final release. It's been in pre-release on PC, but its final release is going to be September of this year. So I know a lot of people are looking forward to Session. Ravens Watch. from Past Tech Games.
Mm-hmm.
This was another PC game that never expected to come to console, but yet it's coming to console. Online co-op up to 4 players. And this is a rogue-like game with up to 4 players. But what the unique twist on this one is they're taking fantasy and mythology characters. You get to play as fantasy and mythology characters from all over the world. So they're going to have like Red Riding Hood. They're going to have like Beowulf. And these are the types of characters you're going to be able to play. So that one looked awesome. Again, that's Raven's Watch. War Hospital simulator set in World War I, where the dev, they had an interview with the dev afterwards, talked about how every single one of your decisions are going to have short-term and long-term effects. And you're going to have to learn from your mistakes. It's going to cost people their lives. Again, it's set in World War I, which was one of the most awful wars. It's never talked about as much as like World War II is, but World War I, they were using mustard gas, all this stuff that is now, illegal to use in war, off the table, they were using in World War I. Trench warfare was awful. So you're in charge of a hospital system and you got to make all these decisions and keep people alive and all that kind of stuff. So that was pretty cool. And then KT Racing was there. They're making their last WRC game this year, and it's going to be called. They're done with the WRC franchise. So WRC Generations is coming out from KT Racing. So they showed that off again. If you're in to the WRC, if you're into rally racing, obviously it's one of the most sim-like games you can find out there. It looks like they're doing a great job with this one, but this will be their final one. And then they went ahead and they showed off, or talked about, I should say. I was hoping they were going to show off, but they just talked about and showed some glimpses, but nothing concrete, of Test Drive Unlimited, because they are working on that as well. KT Racing is. So Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown coming out next year, set in Hong Kong. It's going to be really good, I think. I think that they're doing the right job. Again, I want to see more gameplay, but from everything they're talking about, they said the focus is the car. The car is what you fall in love with. When you fall in love with a certain car, that's your baby, right? That's what they talked about in this whole interview, was like, that's the main focus. But they showed they're going to have on-street racing, day and nighttime cycles. They're going to have off-road racing where you can go off-road. They're going to actually have both an online competition where you're going to be able to compete against people from all around the world in different races, but they're also going to have an offline competition where you have rivals and you're going to have bosses that you have to beat. Again, Mav and I talk about Tokyo Extreme Racer all the time. They are going to have that involved in this game in some capacity as well.
The WRC?
No, Test Drive.
Oh, Test Drive. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown. Yeah, WRC Generations was showing off again. Rally racing, it looks really good. It's their last one. But they are no.
That makes sense.
KT Racing is also making Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown. So they're also responsible. So they went into that. So yeah, really good ideas. And then they went and they said, well, we're going to show off a little bit in this next trailer. We want to show you the game. Well, they wound up not showing the game, which was really weird. Like they showed like graphics and then they showed like some of the cars, but they didn't show any real gameplay during that section, which was really weird. But again, their Test Drive's been gone for a long time, so I know they're trying to do this right. And I love this setting because it's going to be the city. Yeah, it is a big mantle. So I'm going to hold judgment until I see the gameplay, but I'm excited for it. I can't wait to see what they bring to the table. So, but it sounded good. And then they ended the show, Steel, with one last thing. And this totally caught me off guard. Again, coming from Nacon, they're doing IPs like I can't believe it. They grabbed the Terminator IP,
right? And
they are doing this. And again, they didn't show anything but a teaser. So they showed a Gen 1 Terminator, right, breaking through a wall or whatever else is standing there with the music you expected. But then it came out afterwards that this is going to be an open world survival game, Steel. So open world survival, Terminator? And it's going to be, yes, with bro, it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Nothing scarier than a Terminator tracking you down, right? So open world survival, it's going to be set between Judgment Day and the formation of John Connor's rebellion.
Oh wow, okay.
So it's gonna be set
Damn.
those two timelines.
Something relatable
Man,
too. Okay.
yeah. So I'm gonna be waiting to see more about this game. Again, it was a short teaser, it didn't show anything. But the fact that they're making it, I'm all down for. But yeah, anybody who didn't watch the Nacon event, go watch the trailers for some of these games. You're going to be pleasantly surprised. There's something for everybody. I was shocked. Again, when I heard the Nacon deal, I was like, all right, I'll check it out, see what they got going on.
Right.
They showed off some of their accessories too. But the show overall, besides the opening where they did this, bingo thing where they were giving like little screenshots,
Right.
teasers, that was slow and it was overdone. And it was like, okay, just get on with the show. Okay, just get on with the show. Outside of that, pacing was done well. They had short developer interviews after each showing, but we're talking about 2-3 minute developer interviews, not like the ID at Xbox with Twitch where they went 20 minutes, right? So it was really well done from that standpoint. They broke it in half where they showed off some of the new accessories, some controllers. They got their new Rig Pro series for headsets coming out, but the pacing was well done. It kept it flowing, showed off a ton of different games all over the diverse games, Steel. So go back and watch the trailers, everybody. Well worth it. Again, had this show happened during E3, not E3, this would have been like top 3 show for me. That's how good this was. There was a lot of good stuff in here. So go check it out.
Yeah, no, 100%. And it kind of just opens the door for how other shows can end up being. Again, you never know what you're going to end up getting. I know a lot of people are like, oh, Activision Blizzard's getting bought up. There could be anybody that ends up replacing them. Embracer could come through. They still haven't shown anything. A lot from what they got on their product line right now. And that could fit in, slot in anywhere.
They've got a lot to show, brother.
On either side, right?
Yeah.
Or it could go everywhere. So there's so many games that we don't know things about that we still need to hear more about. And it just that's what gets me excited when we get into these.
Yeah.
It's definitely good to see, and a good
yeah, it was amazing.
That it was good.
Shizno, thank you. If I said preview for PC only on Session, sorry if I didn't say Xbox. Yes, it is on Xbox in preview as well, Session Skate. So yeah, go check that out. Again, there are a lot of skating fans. That's heavy sim skating. Correct me if I'm wrong, Shizno, but I haven't played it yet, but I've heard that it is very sim. Like it takes skill to play Session Skate. Yeah. So yeah, so and we're waiting on Skate 4 coming out from EA back again as well. So that'll be interesting how those two go head to head. So because Skate can also be very sim-like as well. So at least for me, again, I like very arcade-ish snowboarding, skateboarding games like Tony Hawk, right, etc. SSX Tricky for snowboarding. I'm not into the whole sim thing on that side of things, but I know a lot of people are. So thanks for putting that in the chat there, Shiz. No, appreciate you, brother.
And then next, we had Neo GameSpot jump in here. What's going on, Neo? What's popping, my brother?
Come on, Neo. You know how we do over here by now. Let's go.
He said, goddamn, we still going. Yes, sir. And then Nick, he said nothing less than 4 hours from these guys. Hey, look, I don't know how we do it. We're having casual conversation, and the conversation just seems to go really well. We've had a lot of not only passionate but informative, and authentic conversation too, and I think that's a key part to having a good show, hosting a good show. And again, I know you guys may not be able to sit through the whole thing. If you are, shout out to you guys. Please hit that like button, share us out, hit us up in the comments. Let us know what you liked about the part that you were able to listen to. And again, we also put timestamps in there most times, more than not. So definitely be on the lookout for that. If there's just certain parts that you want to tune into, we might talk about a certain part for an hour. You might want to just listen to that. Definitely tune it in so you have at least an idea of what the show is, how we kind of go back and forth with each other. And actually, I was actually surprised because, again, this is another one of those weeks where people said, oh, man, there's no gaming news other than God of War being talked about. And Forspoken being delayed, which I just thought, every time that I hear that, it's so funny because it just tells me that not everybody wants to have the open conversation. There could be no topics for this week, and me and Pong will find definitely something to speak on, talk about, and just kind of conversate about with the community, because that's what it's supposed to be about. There's always something to discuss, and especially since we want to build up a show where we can get the community more involved, where you guys kind of throw in questions and everything or whatever throughout the show that we can kind of get into. That's one of the great things about not having a set list of things that we're going to go through. So hey, there's that. And then we covered a slew of different topics. man. Starting from emulation and private and piracy from the top, to now, you know, finishing out with Nacon coming out with a random showcase out of nowhere, showing us RoboCop, like you stated, and also showing us that there are more PC games coming to console, and likewise, right? Where again, next month, ladies and gentlemen, you'll know because we'll have it right here in the upcoming game segment. Spider-Man is also coming to PC, and again, I'll be one of the main proponents to let you guys know, as much as PC gamers try to say, oh, we got all the games of the world, we don't want anything else. PC gamers want console games just as much as console gamers want PC games. Don't let nobody fool you about that. And you don't have to be one side of the fence or the other. Play the games that you enjoy, play the games that you find interesting, and just take that mantle from there. With that, though, I think this would be a perfect place to transition to our This Day in Gaming segment, where we go.
Still before we do that, real quick, I want to get your thoughts. I want to get your thoughts on Skull and Bones, brother. I want to get your thoughts.
Yeah.
I want to get your thoughts because look, this is because we were going to transition from Ubisoft earlier, and then we got sidetracked. Yeah, Skull and Bones. So still, this was going to be vaporware. I'll set this up because I want to hear your thoughts on this. So this was going to be vaporware. People thought this game was never going to come out. Like this thing's been rebooted like 3 or 4 times internally, according to some sources, right? This thing has been, I think somebody confirmed that it was announced originally 6 years ago at this point.
It's quite some time.
Something close to that. So out of the blue, well, not out of the blue, because we heard it was coming, right? Ubisoft kept saying, nope, Skull and Bones still on the way, Skull and Bones still on the way, 2022. And we were like, come on. So they had a show during the Nacon event as well. They had a show outside of that, separate, a whole Skull and Bones show, where they kind of set it up like Dying Light 2, like those interviews that we got from Dying Light 2. Although this one was much more staged, much more cheap. Again, don't do it. If it's not natural sounding, please don't write in places where you laugh together, okay? And you can tell that's written in there, okay? Please don't do that. Anyways, they did this, and it was like, look, they showed off a lot. And then after the show, they also had a playthrough with one of the devs where they sat down for it wasn't cut at all. It was a straight playthrough of like 40 minutes of playing games, somewhere in that neighborhood, a half hour, 40 minutes. I watched both segments. But for you, Steel, this game does have PvP. That's why I'm bringing it up. Now, if this was just a single player experience, I probably would already know your thoughts on it, but it does have PvP. They're going to have PvP servers. Watching Skull and Bones, knowing that it's $70 now that we know this for console, $60 for PC. Okay, I thought this was going to be a free-to-play game, maybe $40 max.
I thought
we know it's going to be $70. We know it's going to be monetized to hell, right? I want to hear your thoughts, brother. Did you have a chance to watch some of it? What do you think, man? Are you going to be about the pirate's life? Maybe not at $70, and you can express those thoughts too, but are you going to be about the pirate's life at some point? Is your dreams of running a giant ship and cannoning flaming people and all that kind of stuff coming true? What do you think about Skull and Bones, brother?
I'm typically not super interested in the whole pirate thing. Pirates of the Caribbean is probably like the closest thing that I can probably get to it. I do like it when it's told through that form of story, when I can watch it. I did enjoy what I got out of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which is what this game exactly represents for me as far as ship combat. And I also said during that time when I was playing Black Flag that the ship aspect of it, I personally didn't like, because I felt like it took away from what Assassin's Creed should have been, right? I like Ken Way, he was cool as a character and everything else. And the fact that the boat mechanics were as good as they were, I kind of worked my way through it. I don't think that the boat mechanics by themselves were good enough to want me to be like, let me only play the boat mechanic. And that is something that I do feel like they missed out on this, to where, from what I understand at least, it is a lot of the you're not directly boarding ships. You're not going to be directly getting off of the boat to get to these encampments. To get treasure and everything else, which is
that's not. There are treasure spots where you will get off and go find treasure,
but you're not like fighting for it. Like
you're
not shooting people. There's not an engagement that you're going through or whatever the case like that. Which I personally feel like is definitely a missed opportunity, because honestly, what I thought what this was going to end up being is literally, I don't want to say copy and paste because that kind of come across disrespectful, but I thought this was going to be literally copy and paste of Black Flag. And it was going to take all the great things of what Black Flag was, except literally make it more focused on the ship side of things, really being a pirate. Because Assassin's Creed, you're not. The point of that wasn't you being a pirate. I mean, you were a captain, sure, but you were part of the creed, right? So there was a whole different side of the story there. Whereas with this, you could have literally made this Pirates of the Caribbean Skull and Bones, like quite literally, like. And it seems as though it's more of a, what's that game that everybody clamors for that's on Xbox, man? I don't play it, so it's hard.
Sea of Thieves?
Sea of Thieves, there you go. It comes across more of a realistic Sea of Thieves to me, which is okay for those people who are interested in that type of thing. But for somebody who's not interested in pirates typically, didn't really get I didn't really enjoy the aspect of the Black Flag, ship's combat.
Okay.
I was more so, to me, it was more a means to an end. Let me get to my next location so I can continue this story. Hey, I've had some good moments in this and it feels good, but that's not why I'm playing this game. I could have done without it and the game would have still been a good game. They could have been fast traveling ship combat or ship or whatever the case, and I would have been just fine. So on that aspect of it, this game just isn't for me, which is perfectly fine. It's going to be for people, for some kind of an audience, but I don't think it's going to garner the $70 price tag that they're asking for, personally. I mean, of course, I'm saying that as somebody that's not genuinely interested in it, but I also say that as a title that's had some problems and had its issues and was painted to be one way before we got what we've gotten now. Telling me that, I gotta kill sharks or these other animals to get in here. You're showing me other things like the ocean being more involved or whatever the case. Like, cool, you're really taking me on that journey, and that's great. I'm not a pirate. I don't have a obsession to be a pirate. I can literally care less about it. So maybe I'm just coming from a very jaded side of it. I saw some customization things, which of course that gets me. That stuff was looking all right. But knowing that I don't have any direct impact as far as jumping on other people's boats, having that combat there, being able to get off of the boat, and having the combat there, that kind of just pulls me out of the experience personally. So needless to say, even if this was a free-to-play game, I mean, sure, I'd play it if we got together. It's like, yo, Steel, let's jump into some Skull and Bones, let's go fight some ships and stuff like that. I can see how it could be a good time. I would play this before I played Sea of Thieves. 100%. Yeah. I can be honest and say that. But this is it's not one of those. I'm not paying $60 for this game. I'm not paying $70 for this. It's like I'm having a hard time wanting to play the game if it was free. And I heard you and Mav talk about it a little bit on your guys' show, PM and the PM, where you're like, maybe Mav brought up a good point where maybe this is a play for them to get more people as part of in their subscription service. Because to be honest, if it is an Ubisoft Plus, it could be enticing. Why? Because you're going to get all the DLC. If there's any additional content that they want to drop in there, it's going to be part of that subscription. I mean, for $15 a month versus the $60 to $70, I do see that as more of a intriguing thing for people than anything else. But how deep are you going with that? Is this going to be the move that they use to get Xbox, PlayStation players, PC players into that? Is this when they make that announcement? Hey, Ubisoft is going to be available everywhere. If you pay this additional amount of dollars, you don't have to pay $60, $70 for this game. You can try it out. That definitely could be one way. But because it's not hitting those notes that were, and again, they were all rumors. We never knew what the game was going to actually end up being. This is what they're displaying the game as. They took a long time to narrow down what the game was actually going to be. And to hear that some of those rumors didn't end up being true, that they did rework it. I mean, the game looks good. Yeah. Looks like a solid pirate game, but it's not for me, honestly.
Yeah. Okay.
Unfortunately.
That's fair. No, that's fair. No, that's fair. Again, I'm a huge pirate guy, and I'm again at $70 price point still for what's missing that they should have had in here. From my standpoint, again, it's always been selfish. My standpoint, again, the boarding aspect is a huge part of pirating. Okay, huge part of pirating. How can you relegate that to a cutscene? How can you relegate that to a short cutscene and not make it a main part of the ship to ship combat? My idea was that they had a boarding scene, not necessarily like Black Flag where you had to fight everybody, or Valhalla where you were fighting everybody, right? Why not have a boarding scene where it's you versus the other captain,
right?
AI or real player. Make it a 4 honor system where you have customized weapons. You can upgrade your weapons and you're going one-on-one with the ship's captain. And if you lose out, you limp back to your own ship and you gotta sail off and defeat and come back another day. But why not have that one-on-one captain versus captain while the rest of the crew is all fighting just for looks in the background? That one-on-one would have been freaking amazing for this game, right? But
yeah,
it would have been cool as hell because you could have had upgraded weapons, you could have had all that kind of armor, all that stuff. But here's what I will say. It showed better than I expected in some aspects. The ship-to-ship combat looks much upgraded from Black Flag. The different types of weapons, the different types of armor that you can put on all sides of your ship, because you can mix and match armor on all sides of your ship. So you could have a side that's better at taking cannon fire and a different side that's better at taking flaming. Look, that kind of strategy is all cool for me. Like, I'm like, okay, this is awesome. The customization, of course, it's going to be monetized. That's a big problem that I have with the $70 price point is like, look, we already know what you're going to do here, Ubisoft. This is going to be monetized to hell and back again. Why are you charging me full price at this point? Mavs point to it being that, hey, they're probably switching over to $70 games to start pushing their subscription service is probably spot on. They're probably going to try to say, hey, the value is in the subscription service, not in buying our games individually. Join our subscription service. You'll have access to all this. And like I said many, many times, and I continue to say, Xbox still has yet to announce. Ubisoft is the partnership. They've announced it, but they haven't shown off what it's going to be with Ubisoft Plus. If they can get that squeezed in to Game Pass Ultimate, fantastic. Hats off. Okay. If they find a way to do that. If they ask me for an extra $5 to $10 with these types of games coming out, knowing that they have this game, they have Avatar, they have the Star Wars game coming from Massive. They've got all these games lined up. They've got like 6 games in the next, I think they got like 6 games in the next 8 months or something like that right now that are lined up. Knowing that's a fact, if I can get into Ubisoft Plus and you're going to give me the DLC, you're going to give me the full game, and all I have to pay is an extra $5 to $10 additional on top of my Game Pass Ultimate, I'm in. Okay, I'm in. I'll do this. Okay, I'll do that for these types of games. But this game is a standalone game for $70 with no real campaign. Steel, they said nothing about a campaign. This is straight up, yes, you can play single player and you can play it on PvP servers, and they have those separated. So you can have the single, which is great for me. That's the one thing I hate about Sea of Thieves. Outside of the aesthetic, like Sea of Thieves is really cool, and I get the whole concept, but I'm not into the Disney-style pirates. I want more realistic pirates, so this is more up my alley, right? But the PvP in Sea of Thieves is what kills it for me. I don't like. I understand. Hey, we're all pirates. That's what we're all to do. But there's going to be times where I just want to jump in a game, and I don't want to have to deal with real people freaking trolling me nonstop in my pirate ship. Okay. In Sea of Thieves, you don't have that option. This gives you the option. If you want to jump in and just do single player stuff, you can do that. But there's no real campaign here still. It's just so far from what we know, it's just about becoming the most infamous pirate you can become. Like that's the whole concept, right? That's it. There's like new story, no real anything. You're capturing some bases, you're breaking down some towers, you're fighting other ships, you're raiding the Dutch, in the Indian Ocean and all that kind of stuff. All that stuff's cool, but what's the story behind it? Nope, it's just you becoming the most infamous pirate you possibly can be. Okay, all right, cool. For $70 though, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if there's enough there for me. Like I said, I was expecting it free to play, maybe $40 like Extraction, something like that. I could see that fine. But I think overall, I won't pay full price. Now that I know it's a $70 price point, them launching this the day prior to God of War is a huge mistake.
Yeah, they might have to move that date.
It's a huge mistake. Like, I don't know. But what I will say is we know it's Ubisoft. So I called it last night on Xbox Ultimate. I said this will be 50% off by Black Friday. 3 weeks. We'll see 50% sales. It'll be $35. No, but it's Ubisoft. Ubisoft games do that anyways. Normally they have that big price point, but this game here, I don't think it's going to get the traction that they wanted to at $70 out the gate. And again, everything changes. Everything changes if they announce Ubisoft Plus for Xbox and that, it's at a reasonable price point. And I can have, then that changes things because I think a lot of people jump into Ubisoft Plus at a reasonable price point on Xbox, and I think a lot of people will be playing this game just to try it out. But I still think it's at $70, it's dead. I just don't see it coming. So
yeah, I don't know, but again, we'll see. Because there's a lot of people.
There's a lot of cool stuff.
There's a lot of people. Who like pirates
I'm huge, and there's a lot. I'm a huge pirate dude, man. I'm telling you, again. I want to play as a pirate. When Starfield comes out, I'm going to be a space fucking pirate. Okay, listen, I'm into pirates, and there's some good things here. Again, they took what Black Flag was. They removed a couple of the cool aspects that I really wanted them to keep, but they also updated a lot of the other stuff. And again, the different weaponry that you can get in this game, the having the need to have a little bit of survival where you got to keep enough food on board and water, keep your crew happy, otherwise they'll mutiny on you. Like those things are cool. That's like a part of being a pirate, right? So that stuff is sweet. It's just that again, $70 is just a lot to ask out of the game that I know you're going to ask me to pay for customization. Again, it's always an option, and I'm always said I'm cool with it as long as it doesn't affect the game in PvP. As long as you're not doing play to win, if it's all cosmetic, it's always an option. And I just think $70, man, is a lot to ask. That's all. So,
yeah, it is what it is. People are gonna love it. People are gonna love it. Again, I was definitely expecting a little bit more, but maybe it's just because maybe I'm just not and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's fine too. Hey.
With that, though, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's the perfect time for us to go ahead and wind that show on down.
Make me feel old, Steel, please.
Like Pong likes to say, it makes him feel old. But no, man, we do this because I like to go over the last 30 years of gaming history. Again, gaming is art and should be treated as such. And if nobody else is going to let you guys know that, or at least give you some representation of that, I gotta be the one. Because it's always a beautiful thing to see where we have come from to where we're at now and how that all has an effect on our future, honestly, right? So let's get into it. Nice. This day in gaming, July 9th. They're actually going back 37 years ago. Oh, goodness. For game releases, and they're starting off in 1985. Ooh. 1985.
I was 10 years old, Steel. I was 10 already. I have memories of 1985. So
got memories of 1985?
Yeah.
Well, my mom was born in 1970. All right.
Only 5 years younger than your mom. Stop! You make it worse every show, bro. Stop saying this stuff. I am 5 years younger than your freaking mom. My God. All right, let's get through this. Let's go.
This is such an amazing thing. Hey, no, if it makes you feel old, then hey, it makes you feel a little old. It's for the memories. For the memories. No. But 1985, July 9th, NES dropped Field Combat in Japan. Okay. Then in 1995, the PC released True Love 95 in Japan. Well, we already know what started it. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we wouldn't have the internet if it wasn't for that good old adult content. Fortunately or unfortunately. Then, in the year 2000, PC released Warlords Battle Cry. Sounds kind of familiar.
Wait.
Then, in 2003, PC released Star Wars Galaxies Empire Divided.
Wait. You skipped over the Saturn game. Come on now. Yes.
I don't know how I did that.
Bro.
I think I scrolled down too far. My fault.
The disrespect to Saturn. Come on, man. One of the best systems all time.
Can't do that. 98, let me go back. Saturn released Pocket Fighter in Japan.
Heck yeah. Awesome game. Street Fighter, Pocket Fighter. Oh man, amazing.
Then the fast forwarded again to 2004. The Neo Geo released Samurai Showdown 5 Special. Shout out to Samurai Showdown.
Shout out to Neo Geo, man. Oh man, it's amazing. Oh, back in the day, everything good was Neo Geo. Yes.
Then in 2009, PlayStation 3 released Battlefield 1943.
Everybody already had it. They finally got the cell processor to work. Shout out to the devs who had to work with the cell processor. Yeah, that's why you see different release dates for games that were already out for PlayStation 3 because the devs could not get a handle on the cell processor. Man, that was a shit show. Wow.
Hey, apparently PlayStation guys has AI technology that's going to bring all those PlayStation.
Hey, I hope so. I want them. Dude, there are so many good games on PlayStation 3. Oh man, I hope they get it done. Find a way.
It'd definitely be good for their library for sure. Only if they're able to get the frame boost on.
Yeah, true. But I'll still go back and play 30 frames.
For me.
Care. Yeah, for you.
2012 PC released DayZ. Damn, that game's been wild.
I played around with it. I like
it. All right. In 2013, PC released Dota 2. Defense of the Ancients.
I never will remember that full title. I just know it as Dota. I can't believe you remember it.
I only remember because I was playing Dota before it became Dota.
Sure. That makes sense.
It was known as Defense of the Ancients because it was in Warcraft 3 RTS. They had a custom browser and people were creating their own lobbies and that's where Dota started. Where it was hero based and else. But yeah, it's actually crazy to see how far Dota has come, how that hero based mechanics have evolved over the years, and how the attention is what it is. Then in 2013, iOS released Inflation RPG Quest. Hey, if you guys want to get a taste of what inflation feels like, there you go. Then PlayStation 3 released Metal Gear Solid: The Legacy Collection. Then in PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released NCAA Football 4.
Coming back at some point.
Then iOS.
Good news.
Yeah, no. Then iOS released Plants vs. Zombies 2. It's about time. The Plants vs. Zombies was a big thing for a long time.
Still fun to play. I still will die on that hill. It's still fun. It's fun.
Then in 2014, 3DS released Parascientific Escape, Cruising the Distant Seas in Japan. Probably plenty of tentacles in there.
Hey, Love Chat, XYZ, thank you for dropping in. We appreciate you all the time.
Perfect time.
Yeah, we haven't seen you in a couple weeks, I don't think.
Thank
you for being here. Yeah,
appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for coming back. Hit that like button on your way out.
Please, share us out. To all the adult subscribers out there. Then in 2015, the 3DS released Dai Gayakuten Saiban Naruhodo Ryosuke no Boken in Japan.
I am so glad you do this segment every week, brother. I pray and thank the Lord above that you do this segment and not me. Not me.
Yo,
that's good. That's a hell of a name,
bro. Oh my God. Hold on. What game is this? Like, what are we looking at? See if I can get a picture up here. I can a little bit. Let's see. Okay, well, all right.
Is it
Interesting.
appropriate?
Yeah, it's
Or is
appropriate.
it a love chat XYZ?
No, it's not a love chat. It's an adventure game developed and published by Cap.
Wow, that was a Capcom?
3DS adventure game.
Damn. Okay. All right.
Interesting.
That's one hell of a name, bro.
You know, goodness. Yeah, that was interesting.
Oh, it looks like a man. Look at that. It looks like like a Sherlock Holmes kind of. Yeah.
little flavor to
Steampunk Sherlock Holmes is what it looks like.
A little flavor to it looks like. Then the 3DS also released Fire Emblem Fates Revelation. After all the Fire Emblem fans.
Heck yeah, love Fire Emblem.
Then the PlayStation Vita released Aiko no Tatsujin 5 version in Japan.
Nice.
Maybe it's V version. I'd assume it's
V version, probably. Yeah, 5 maybe.
5V, whatever. Okay, interesting. Then in 2018, Nintendo Switch released Another World. Okay.
Yeah.
Then in 2019, PlayStation 4 released New Star Manager.
Oh, let me guess. Let me guess. New Star Manager. Let me guess. It's going to be a J-pop simulation, right? Where you're handling. Nope. Wait. Nope. Soccer. It's actually soccer. I thought it was going to be like a J-pop star manager type game.
Oh, would you play New Star Manager when you got football, man?
Right.
Yes, that's interesting though, in the least. And then also they released They Are Billion.
Okay. Oh, They Are Billions. Is that zombie game or whatever the heck it is, where you like tower defense? I think so. I think it's on Xbox now too. I can't remember. They Are Billions. Yes. This is like a tower defense. Bro, it looks really good, but I actually went into the reviews on this one because I was going to buy it when it was on sale. And the reviews are like, do not buy this game. There's so many freaking problems with it. But literally, it's like a tower defense type game, but there are literally like billions of zombies. Like you should see some of the screenshots. Probably not literally, but it looks like there's millions on screen at the same time. It's a top-down view game. So yeah.
Then in 2020, Nintendo Switch released Crosscode.
Yes, good game.
And then PlayStation 4 released Sword Art Online Alicization Lycoris. I'd assume that's how we say that, but
I love how you bring in accents. I love it. Yeah, Sword Art Online. I played a couple of them. Liked them. I heard the anime was better than the games.
No, they are. The anime is way better than. But I mean, I haven't played the Fatal Bullet. I heard was actually a pretty.
That was different. It was a different one.
Yeah, so I heard there was like a lot of mechanics, there's classes.
Yep.
I heard it was pretty. Then 2021, Nintendo Switch released Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin, and that was also released.
Bring them to the other consoles, please. Let's go, Capcom. Come on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that was episode 64 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show, which has now led into the afternoon. We are in season 2, so again, please hit that like button, share us out, tell a buddy about us, tell your mama's friends about us, because I think they'll be pretty hot and think they'll like our voices and whatnot, but maybe not. Let us know how we're doing. Let us know in the comments. I'll probably put another poll out there. I saw one going around. What is the true GOW to you? No, I think the poll actually said, when you see GOW, when you read GOW, what is the first game that you think of? And me personally, I think of Gears of War first, even though, yes, Gears is called Gears. I don't ever refer it as GOW. So, and again, that's going to be also because I don't have that connection to God of War as a lot of people do. It was an interesting poll to see, right? Because a lot of people are like, oh, it's funny how people read things where they won't take it for what it is. They were like, oh, well, this game came first, so that's why. It's like, that's not what the question asked.
Right.
I love when people do. I love when people do that. But
hey, shout out to Nix. Downloaded Warhammer 40K Inquisitor. I do believe the complete collection is back on sale. Nice. That's why he said fantastic price. I think it's like $14 for everything. And like I said, we're praying now, Nix, because the current gen version is coming, but they did not announce if there's a pathway to update it or if we're going to be buying the game all over again. They have not talked about that, so we're waiting on that information. But even as it stands right now, still a great game, especially for $14. That is extreme value there. So shout out to you, brother. Hope you enjoy that, man, for sure, because it is a great Diablo-esque action RPG looter. It's amazing. Once you get into it, it opens up more and more and more because you get into crafting. You can actually change your color palette steel on your armor. You can start doing all of that stuff as well. And there's a ton of content in that complete collection, ton of DLC, lots of things to do. So shout out to you, brother. Hope you enjoy it, man.
Yeah, but damn. Yeah, he said that it's at 1440p too.
Yeah, it's at 1440p. Yeah, for sure. And like I said, even if it's not 60 frame, like I can't tell. I'm not good with the frames unless it's a first person, then I can really tell. But even this, because it's isometric, because it's that pulled back view, you can't tell. Like it runs smooth. It's really nice. It's really good. So
nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for tuning in to our episode 4. You can find me, Steel Rain. I Steel Rain. The T is a 7 everywhere. If it has a search bar, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be able to find it. Type it in there. Most frequent places I am at are going to definitely be Twitter, within the Xbox ecosystem in one way, shape, or form, whether that's on PC or else. Also Steam, same thing. Twitch, same thing. YouTube, whatever the case may be. So definitely hit me up wherever you would like to. Yeah, let's chop it up. Let's get to these games, man. But with that, you can also find us here every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. Non-console-centric platform right here with Living Splitscreen. We cover everything that's going on within the gaming industry. Again, taking that RTS view, pulling ourselves out of the world, going to the darker crevices, pulling our resources together, and having an all-inclusive conversation. Also, we can try to push this gaming industry. That's what it is about. Paul, lead the people to victory, man. Let them know where they can find you. Again, another fantastic episode with you, my brother.
Absolutely. And shout out to Splendor for us driving as always, sir. Enjoy your drive. And again, happy birthday to the young man, for sure. Again, hey, Love Chat XYZ came back again. Again, hit that like button, please. We need you to hit that like button.
Under a different account. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go on a different account. So anyway, Steel, great show, brother. As always, we roll in here Saturday morning, not knowing how it's going to go. But at this point, I can say that we just got this down pat, and it's such a pleasure every Saturday to talk to you, brother. Again, catch up on all of our BS that we don't get to talk about during the week, and have an audience that enjoys what we're saying as well, man. This is a great time. We did hit a lot of great topics. Unique topic. I was not expecting that whole emulation-piracy talk in the beginning. So that's what I love about this show, is that we can take it any which way we want to. So I appreciate you, man, for all that you do in the background, and everything else going on. Obviously, you have real life stuff too. You got a full family. I'm an empty nester and I'm still busy, but you got a full house. So I know how that goes, man. So I appreciate you and love you, man, as always. Chat, you all were freaking amazing. Had a lot of good conversation going on today. So we love to see that. Love to bring you guys and get you involved. So thank you all again for showing up each and every Saturday, and for everybody who shares this out or tells another person about us or whatever the case may be. Thank you, extra thank you. And for those of you listening into the future, appreciate you all the same as well. You are a big part of this show, even if you're not here live. So thank you for the support. Otherwise, you can find me, Pong Soul, on Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. As always, follow me. I'll follow you back. So tonight, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam, Brother Fuzzy Belvedere, myself, and we are welcoming in the latest sensation from Australia. Australia's got a ton of gamers, man. A ton of gamers. The latest sensation from Australia, Doom Cutie, is going to be on PTK Blam's show tonight. So that is going to be a fun show. She will obviously bring a different perspective. She also is now on panel over on Risk It for the Biscuit show. So definitely has got some experience podcasting, and she has got some great thoughts and ideas. So join us there tonight. Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. And then otherwise, don't know if I'm going to be on Xbox Factor this week over on Double Barrel Gaming. Mr. Boomstick's channel. Shout out to Boom. He was in here earlier. I'm sure he's going to be listening back to us at a different time when he's doing his chores. But shout out to Boom. But I don't know if I'm going to be on this week. But listen, he's brought on Infinite Umbra. He's brought on Daniel McJay. He's got a full panel no matter how many of us can be there. Sometimes we're going to have probably like 7-8 people there. Sometimes there'll be like 3 or 4 people there. But Xbox Factor podcast every Tuesday. Check it out, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. It is always where you get your good thing, all good things green there. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11, I think I already said 11 a.m. Central Time. Be there Tuesday. And then Thursday, PM in the PM on Fun Speculations channel, Pong and Mav in the PM. Again, a 2-man show. Every once in a while, we will have guests on there as well, but otherwise, it's just me and Mav kicking it for 2.5 hours. We don't do what Steel and I do here, but we do kick it for a couple hours every Thursday night, and it's a great time over there as well. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, and then Xbox Ultimate on Friday night, back on Fun Speculations channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Otherwise, again, like Steele said, season 2 of PM in the PM in full swing, episode 64. We are out of here, Steele. So please remember, it's the golden age of gaming. Play what you love what you play. And for the rest of you that are still here listening right now, please keep Assassin Lupa in your thoughts and prayers. Great member of this community. Even if you have not run into her, you can ask anybody who has had the pleasure of podcasting with her, playing a game with her, interacting with her in a chat. She is a bright light. And for anybody who doesn't know, Mav did an update. John, her husband, gave us an update, and Mav tweeted it out. She made it through a very high risk 18-hour open brain surgery earlier this week. This weekend here is like a big part of the healing process. So she needs all the thoughts, prayers, energy you can send her way. We want her back. Again, if she can't get back into the community like she once was, that doesn't matter. We need her back in this world just as a human being. Okay. She's an awesome person. So please do that for us. We appreciate you all. Again, enjoy your weekend. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys have a fantastic rest of your Saturday, as I will. Got to get some shots here. And other than that, stay safe. Catch out game next week. Episode 65 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. Y'all stay easy, ladies. Love.